And as we know, then Her Majesty
Hindi pala ako
from here, the centre of Edinburgh, to Edinburgh Airport for that flight back to RAF Northolt and then on to Buckingham.
So ayan guys, makinig na lang kayo ng live. Kasi hindi pa tayo pwedeng magsaya sa ating live. Hindi pa pwedeng magkanta-kanta. Or anumang kasayahan. So naka-ano yan dito, na-cancel yan dito lahat ng mga gatherings. Ayan, kasalukuyan
St. Giles. Joe, let's hope there aren't too many disappointed people with this closure of the queue, but clearly they need to make preparations to move Her Majesty's coffin, and it does appear that 3 p.m. will be the cut-off.
It certainly will be, but talking to the people who have come out of the High Kirk of Edinburgh, they seem to have really enjoyed, appreciated, and many of them been really moved by the experience. You can see people wiping tears from their eyes, and I think some have only queued for a couple of hours. Some of them certainly yesterday evening queuing for 6 hours. But experiencing something historic and something that they will never experience ever again. And for the past day or so, Scotland has really been at the centre of a number of state occasions in a way that it never has been before, and indeed may never be again. Certainly what we saw yesterday in terms of that service here at St. Giles, a range of speakers, different denominations of the church, and the fact that the new king responded to that motion of condolence in Parliament. That has never happened before. But Scotland's role in this mourning and grieving process is soon coming to an end, because, as you say, the queue has now closed. People cannot start to join the queue to walk past the Queen's coffin inside this historic cathedral in the heart of
2 million in the house.
In the coming hours, once the final mourners, final members of the public have come out of the east gate you can see of this church, the Queen's coffin will be moved to Edinburgh Airport, flown down to Northolt, and then taken to Buckingham Palace, Anna, to the ballroom in the west wing of that palace, before, of course, the next day it moves to Westminster Hall, and there will be another vigil, another occasion for members of the public to pay their respects to Elizabeth II.
Just seeing one woman, a hug there, leaving in tears. This is a really emotional moment for many of those people, some who have waited several hours. The very Reverend Dr. Lorna Hood, chaplain now to the King, had been chaplain to the Queen, just said to me, it is quite electric. Seeing people filing past in silence, just hearing the odd sob every now and again. And she said, we didn't know what would happen. It's the first time it's changed in 70 years. And clearly that role of the Royal Company of Archers, a desperate pride from them to be involved. It is a closed organisation, if you like. There's some 500 members in by invitation. They will have a very important role too, as Her Majesty.
3 million in the house.
They'll provide a guard of honour and give a salute as the coffin departs the cathedral. But more people coming out. As I said, very emotional, some very strict rules for people going in, and certainly the authorities in London will be watching what has happened here very closely for that official lying in state later this week.
Ayan, so nandun siya sa Edinburgh, the St. Giles Cathedral. Nakapunta na ako dyan. Malayo yan dito sa London. 5 hours ang biyahe.
Thank you, Alan.
So, ganyan siya. Live.
It's
May
1
mga
o'clock. You're watching
security pa siya
Sky News
24
live
hours.
from Hillsborough Castle, just outside Belfast, where King Charles is just still ousted several thousand of his new subjects.
So ganyan lang muna yung ating live, guys.
Performing one of those impromptu walkabouts that
Para
have
at least
become
makita nyo
common
ang
over the past few days. Of course, as you'll shortly
update
see,
sa
accompanied by
Queen.
the Queen Consort. He stepped out of the crowd, out of the car to great acclaim.
So ayan si King Charles ay nasa Ireland.
To meet those who had gathered. The King, of course, flying in from Edinburgh this lunchtime for the latest leg of his tour of the nations of the United Kingdom. But as you can see, the motorcade came.
Sige lang kabayan, okay lang.
Thousands of people waiting.
I-live ko lang yan kasi para meron. Yan, so mga gustong manood. Nakaano sa akin si Aaron.
Visibly moved to have had the chance to meet their new king. Well, as the King and Queen Consort entered Hillsborough Castle for the first time, the royal standard was raised, indicating the presence of the monarch. And as you just heard, the King and Queen Consort also receiving that 21-gun salute as they entered the grounds of Hillsborough Castle. Throughout the day, I've been joined by our senior Ireland correspondent, David Blevins, our royal correspondent, Laura Bunder. Laura, to you first. Let's just reflect on those scenes that we saw. We could hear the King coming almost before we could see him, couldn't we? This kind of wall of sound coming from just down the road as the motorcade made its way towards the castle proper.
As his car passed the crowds, the cheers grew louder and louder, and it rippled.
Nanay Ems, mega love shout out, Nanay Ems.
Arrived, and as it stopped, as we perhaps had expected, and the doors opened.
Manood na lang po tayo ng live ng pagkamatay ng Queen.
Something he's probably heard a few times.
So naka-live po yan 24 hours.
Coming here, setting foot in Northern Ireland for the first time as king will certainly mean something. You could see that mix of emotion on his face. You could see the thank yous as people were offering their condolences, and many of the people who come here said this was very much a moment in their minds to reflect on the life of the Queen, but at the same time they wanted to welcome the new king, and you could see that as well. Lots of laughs and jokes. It wasn't all somber. There was a lot of smiles we saw from the King and Queen Consort as they made their way through the crowds. Huge numbers of people was there. Lots of flowers, lots of cards, lots of children as well. There were school children. There were cubs, there were scouts, there were guides, brownies, all here.
Tuwa yung bata, nakita niya si Queen, si King, yung bagong King.
Four-legged friends of the monarchy here in Northern Ireland as well. And then I found it incredibly moving actually, when you saw the Union flag being lowered. It had been flying at half-mast, and as the royal couple literally walked through the gates here.
Nandito pa ako sa London, Nanay Ems.
Flying, and I think that meant something as well. You felt that moment, David.
So ayan po naka-live yung the Queen's death. 24 hours yan na naka-live dito. So lahat ng palabas yan lang napapanood. Lahat ng TV yan na mapapanood. Tapos lahat ng mga logo rito nakaitim. Pati logo ng YouTube nakaitim. Napansin ko. Dito lang yan sa United Kingdom kasi nga nagluluksa ang so yan yung flag kapag ka sa mga palace nila, sa kanilang mga palasyo, kapag ka nandyan sila, so ibig sabihin pag yun ang ginamit na flag, hindi yun sa Britain, nandyan sila. Yun ang symbol.
Okay. Telling me a little bit earlier on, David, the routes that the King's convoy would have taken brought them very, very close to the Stormont estate. Of course,
so ayan, naka-live tayo sa Sky News. Huwag natin ipakita yung Sky News para hindi lalong baka mapalo ako ni Lolo ay.
Absolutely, in many ways, as they flew in over Belfast Lock, landing at George Best Belfast to the
Oo, yan lahat ang palabas. Yan lahat ang inaano sa mga national television.
On their right, they would have been able to see Parliament buildings. It's very close to the airport, and their convoy would have made its way around the edge of the estate as they came here.
Tapos ang mga logo rito, binago, mga itim, yung mga billboard, lahat nakitim. Grabe yung pag-ano nila sa kay Queen.
The devolved government again until that is addressed. I suspect they'll have a quiet word with Liz Truss today about that. She's here for the first time as Prime Minister too. But I think by far the most symbolic and significant.
Nakita niyo yung sa YouTube? Ayan oh. May logo rin siya na itim. Di ba? Ang lupit no, pati YouTube. Dito lang yan sa UK siyempre. Hindi ko lang alam ha, kasi buong mundo naman nagluluksa sa kapatay ni Queen. Hindi ko alam dyan sa inyo kung ano.
But Laura, as we look at the Royal Standard flying over Hillsborough Castle, we should not forget that, of course, whilst there were plenty of smiles and cheers and impromptu cries of "God Save the King," you know,
dapat
this is an official duty of the new monarch.
Oh, ganyan dapat.
And of course, we are all dressed in black for a reason. He has come here
to
receive condolences from, of course, from the political leaders, but also from
baka mahulog pa.
and the loss of his mother.
Yeah, and this is another day of firsts, isn't it? I mean, it's saying that every day, really, but this is another day of firsts. And we always knew this tour was going to take place, that the King wanted to visit the nations as soon as possible. In Scotland, obviously arriving from there today, landing in Northern Ireland, he'll be in Wales at the end of the week as well. But it is so important. I think he realises, as a new monarch, I mean, the people here have known him as the Prince of Wales for decades, but he is now the King and will want to meet and speak to as many people as possible, which is what we've seen. So we saw it outside Buckingham Palace, we saw it in Edinburgh as well, and here today, shaking hands, making eye contact as King now. Because he's got a job on his hands.
Kahapon, doon sa mismong palasyo nila sa may Balmoral. Balmoral yun. Doon siya namatay. Talaga. Isang palasyo niya. Doon talaga siya nakatira. Tapos, ayun, nilabas na ang kanyang coffin papunta ng Edinburgh. Ito ngayon yan. Andun sa Scotland ngayon yung kanyang bangkay. Doon naman ngayon, binigyan naman ng pagkakataon ang mga Scottish na makita siya doon sa simbahan. Yung kanyang coffin. Tapos mamayang gabi, babiyahin na siya papunta rito sa London, sa Buckingham Palace. Hindi rin kami hindi kami makasiksik. Grabe, sobrang dami ng tao. Maganda pa manood sa TV. Joms TV, may gamigilaw siya ng Joms. Alabi ka ba, Joms?
Not bad having a castle as your work address, is it? Thanks, guys. Well, let's just refresh your memory as to what we are going to be expecting over the next 24 hours. Well, here in Northern Ireland, of course, as just mentioned, the King will be meeting political leaders at the castle and be offered that motion of condolence. After that, he will head to St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast. More on that in just a second. But shortly after that, at around 5 o'clock, the Queen's coffin begins its journey from St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh to London. A plane carrying the Queen's coffin is expected to arrive at RAF Norfolk South London at around 7 p.m.
So isasakay siya sa RAF, Royal Air Force. Yan. Yung bagay to receive Queen's coffin. So ayan.
And then tomorrow, the Queen's coffin will be taken at Westminster Hall at precisely 2:22 p.m. to lie in state for 4 days. The King and members of the royal family will walk behind in a journey through central London, taking some 38 minutes. Members of the public will be able to pay their respects to the Queen's coffin from 5 o'clock until the funeral at Westminster Abbey on Monday the 13th. But as mentioned, the King and Queen consort attending that service of remembrance at Belfast St Anne's Cathedral when proceedings here at Hillsborough Castle have come to a conclusion. Let's head to the cathedral to get a flavour of what we might expect a little later on this afternoon. Stephen Murphy is there for us. Stephen, just take us through the events in the afternoon there.
Once the events where you are at Hillsborough have been concluded, Neil, the royal couple will be brought here into the city centre. So there's really only two destinations on this tour. One is Hillsborough, where you're currently standing, and one then in the city centre here in the heart of the city, St Anne's Cathedral behind me. We're expecting the royal couple to arrive here just a few minutes before 3 o'clock. There will be a service of prayer and reflection on the life of Queen Elizabeth II. So King Charles will be greeted at the west door of the cathedral here by the Lord Lieutenant of Belfast. He'll be brought inside to a trumpet fanfare There will then be a relatively short service, we think, at around a duration of around 45 minutes or so. There'll be about 800 guests. He will also meet various faith and community leaders. Then we are expecting both Charles and Camilla to have a short walkabout here at the barrier. Now, it's not open to the general public, but there is an audience of invited members of the public. We're told a representative cross-community slice of Northern Ireland communities. They're starting to gather here now, actually, in the sunshine, which is just, the sun has peeped out now. We were chatting to a few of them. There are members of the Orange Order here. There's a group from the Shankill Women's Centre. They were particularly excited at the opportunity to shake the new King's hand, if at all possible. There are various school children, other community groups, and LGBTQ group represented here as well. They're all here for a dual reason, really, to pay their respects to the late Queen, but also to have the opportunity to see Charles, who of course is a very regular visitor here to Northern Ireland. This will be his 40th trip, but his first, obviously, as King. People told me they weren't sure whether to offer congratulations or condolences, or I suppose a mixture of both. But either way, there's a sense of excitement here now, building among people here keen to see the new King, as well as, of course, paying respect to his late mother. And all of this happens once the events and the ceremonies at Hillsborough have been concluded. The royal couple brought here back into Belfast City. Once it's finished, they should only be here really for about an hour or so. They'll be taken to the city airport for the journey home.
Thank you very much indeed. We are now looking at live pictures from inside Hillsborough Castle. David Blevins still alongside me. David, just what are we looking at here?
This is the throne room at Hillsborough Castle, the official residence of the monarch in Northern Ireland. You can see there various dignitaries have taken their seats. There is a Lord Lieutenant for each of the 6 counties in Northern Ireland. Those are the gentlemen in uniform. Of course, there is also ladies among them. I think it's worth stressing because the King and Queen on arrival at Belfast City Airport were welcomed by the Lord Lieutenant for Belfast, Fionnuala J. O'Boyle. They know her very well. It was a very affectionate greeting. She would have met them on a number of occasions. I also see you have a gentleman in the front row wearing his mayoral chain. He will be the Mayor of Lisburn City Council, which is the council jurisdiction into which Hillsborough falls. And they are preparing for the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, Alex Maskey, to bring a motion of condolence. I think that will be underway shortly. At the moment, the King, I think, is just meeting with some of the political leaders.
Laura, just in terms of what we have heard from the King so far and the speeches that he has made, what should we expect? Should we expect to hear pretty much more of the same? I mean, he has been tailoring the speeches to the audiences to whom he's speaking.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting in Northern Ireland to hear what he says, given the political situation here, given that he cannot be involved in politics, but we're very aware of those politics. So far, we've obviously heard speeches from him where he pays tribute to the Queen and then speaks the fact he is now has her job, and that is his job now, and the responsibility of that job, and his role within that job. But it will be interesting, I think, in Northern Ireland to hear what he says. I mean, I think these speeches are always big moments for him, especially coming here. And we are on day 4, and the words will have been carefully crafted. We know that, whatever he says.
Particularly because of what has been written about for the then Prince Charles, particularly in the tabloid press, also in the mainstream press, about his supposed activism, about the possibility of him being an interventionist head of state. Actually, if you wanted to look at the content of his speeches, you look at the one that he gave to both Houses of Parliament in Westminster Hall, where he did all but say, well, no, that's not going to be me.
That's exactly what he's been saying the last few years, isn't it? That, in fact, someone in the crowd mentioned to it, we like him because he's been so active with the environment, because he's been involved in the Prince's Trust. And the Prince's Trust is a huge thing here in Northern Ireland, but, especially here, I think. But to one side, though, all his causes, all his views, all his activism, and that really very much not the king he will be. It was his role, perhaps, or the role he saw for himself as Prince of Wales. But now as monarch, he's made it clear that he won't be outspoken. He can't be outspoken, that it isn't his place to be outspoken. So a different tone from him and a different agenda now, really, but certainly an important one and an important role. and with all the soft power he can muster, I imagine he will want to exercise that as much as he can within the constraints of the role.
David, just reflecting on the Queen for a second, there will be plenty of people in that room who will have spent, some amount of time in her company. And of course, over the past few days, if people have been reflecting on her life, her legacy, one thing that all politicians who have encountered her seem to suggest is that she very much kept on top of her brief. She knew what was going on and was interested by politics.
We spent some time yesterday in the company of Lord Brookborough, Lord Lieutenant of County Fermanagh, one of the people in that room as we speak, and he was a very close friend of the Queen and of course knows the King very well personally too, and he was sharing with us how it was her ability to smile and have this twinkle in her eye that won people over in Northern Ireland. There was a genuine interest in the difficulties this place has faced over the years. But the other thing he said was he and his wife Janet had been at Royal Ascot and stayed at Windsor earlier this year, and when they were leaving, as the Queen turned to say goodbye to them, she briefly paused and said, "I hope things will be better in Northern Ireland soon." So a very clear indication that Her Majesty, even in the final few weeks of her life, was acutely aware of the fact that there was no functioning government in Northern Ireland and that there were still difficulties to be overcome.
I mean, if a head of state, if a Queen cannot recognise the significance of moments and the significance of symbolism, who would? But, the Queen, speaking in Gaelic that one time, sorry, not Gaelic, of course, the Scottish version, but speaking in Gaelic one time to great acclaim.
Absolutely. At the state visit in 2011, described by many people as a game changer for Anglo-Irish relations, something she'd wanted to do for a very long time, and finally the security situation allowed it to happen. A lot of the hard work had been done by the former Irish president at the time, Mary Robinson, and then subsequently Mary McAleese, who was the person in office as head of state when the Queen finally set foot on Irish soil. I remember reporting at the time, Neil, that it takes an hour to cross the Irish Sea, but it had taken the British monarchy a century, because when the Queen's father had stood in Dublin, it was when Ireland was part of Great Britain. When she set foot in Dublin, of course, she was the first British monarch to be arriving in an independent Ireland. She really had already gone very far by going to the Garden of Remembrance to pay her respects to Ireland's rebel dead, as many people would have described them, those who were engaged in the uprising against the British Crown in 1916. She bowed her head, laid a wreath in the Garden of Remembrance. Hugely significant. But I think the moment most people remember is when she stood at the state banquet in Dublin Castle and greeted her audience with the words Uchtran agus Cardia, which is President and Friends. That was the moment I think they knew without any doubt that Her Majesty was a friend of the peace process.
As you can see on your screen there on the left, inside Hillsborough Castle, we're expecting to hear from the King in a few minutes' time on the ride, of course, St Giles in Edinburgh, where the Queen continues to be visited and paid tribute to by a stream of thousands upon thousands of Scots and I imagine other nationalities as well who've made the trip to Edinburgh. Laura Bunder, again, we should not forget that occasions such as this are about reinforcing the monarchy to a certain extent in the minds of the people, but also it is about transition. It is about handing over.
And the strange thing about that transition is that there is no period of transition. It is automatic, isn't it? And so transition, I always think you have a sense that there's a time, there's a moment, but it is bang, and the immediacy of that transition, I think, is perhaps what has caused so much shock maybe at the beginning, but now we're sort of seeing it, aren't we? Which is the visits, seeing Charles in Scotland, seeing Charles as King in Northern Ireland as well. But any transition is difficult, any change is difficult. There will be challenges, there are challenges, but I think getting on with the job, which is what you hear so much when you talk about the royal family, is what's going on. That's the strange thing about Buckingham Palace, I think, at the moment. You've got all the people laying all the flowers there, but it is business as usual. All the meetings that the dignitaries who've been there, so the political parties at Buckingham Palace, political parties here at Hillsborough, you've had the Commonwealth representatives as well at Buckingham Palace. That's all important. It's all behind the scenes, while all the flowers are being laid. that kind of meeting is taking place. That's the new role as King Charles. That's the mantle he takes on.
Do you anticipate him being a continuity king? I mean, following in the manner and the style of the Queen, or are we already beginning to detect that things will be rather different under King Charles?
I think things will have to be different because her reign spans seven centuries would be a very long time, wouldn't it? 7 decades. And I think she was loved for the fact she'd been there for so long. He doesn't have the luxury of that amount of time, so we'll need to make his a more modern monarchy while not upsetting things too much. And how you go about that is the challenge, isn't it? And he's had a long time to think about it. And so much change has happened when he's been thinking about it. But he will need to make sure, as a modern monarch, that he reflects this. And I thought in the first speech we heard from him, he talked about people of all backgrounds and all beliefs. There was a nod to that, wasn't there? Very much making sure, with Prince and Princess of Wales now, that sense of continuity. But the younger royals are important to him as well. And that they have a supporting role, but it's a really important supporting role, isn't it? And I think he will need their support and lean on that support very much as king. But it is a huge moment for him, isn't it? It's a very, very different time. And we're just seeing people with mobile phones snapping every little moment, every kind of thing he says, everything he does. Very different to the time the Queen first came here as Queen back in 1953.
Still waiting for the King to arrive inside the throne room, David, you were saying, at Hillsborough Castle, where they will also receive those messages of condolence, and they will deliver their replies. But I wonder, David, here's a question for you. The 7 decades of the Queen's rule, I mean, just remind us of how significant the changes have been here in Northern Ireland over those 70 years. Again, I've said this already today, but there does remain a divide. It is not as prominent, of course, as it was just a few years ago, but it is still there.
I think the best way to reflect on that is to remind people that Northern Ireland had only existed for 30 years when Elizabeth II came to the throne, and we've just marked the centenary of that visit. I think we're looking at Lady Mary Peters, a former Lord Lieutenant of Belfast, of course, also a former Olympic gold medalist. 50 years ago, she's been marking that too this year. We also spoke to Lady Mary Peters a couple of days ago about her memories of the Queen. She talked about her warmth and her love and her friendship, and particularly her keen interest in Northern Ireland. And she also shared the view that King Charles would be very capable of continuing his mother's legacy of building bridges. She talked about his ability to write personal letters, and she had received some of them herself, and how that had connected with people over the years. So it's taken them a little while to get to the throne room. I think that in itself is quite telling. It suggests that their meetings with the 5 political representatives representing the 5 parties who make up who have the potential to make up the coalition government in Northern Ireland is taking a little longer than anticipated.
Just on that topic, David, we should ask, I mean, what is going to get Stormont back up and running?
That's the question for Liz Truss today, if we could get a microphone anywhere near her, because of course the DUP say they are not prepared to resume power sharing until the protocol that established a trade border in the Irish Sea after Brexit is scrapped.
I didn't see Liz Truss heading in. Is she only going to be there for the St Anne's ceremony?
I understood she was travelling to Northern Ireland with the royal couple, so
I suppose she could be doing some of the work, some of the hard craft right now with those political leaders. If ever you want to meet in the margins of an event, the King coming to Hillsborough Castle isn't a bad start.
Yes, and she will have an opportunity to meet with, as I say, representatives of all 5 political parties at Stormont. She will also have an opportunity today, perhaps, to meet with her Irish counterpart for the first time, and Taoiseach Micheál Martin, who will be among guests at St Anne's Cathedral for the service of reflection this afternoon. But before all of that takes place, of course, we have the formality of the motion of condolence being brought here at Hillsborough Hillsborough, I presume, within the next few minutes. And the person who will deliver that on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland is the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, because although there is no devolved government, the Speaker remains in office. It's astonishing that the election took place 3 months ago, which actually means it's 5 months since the Assembly was dissolved ahead of the election. But Alex Maskey of Sinn Féin from the West Belfast constituency, all very significant in itself, is the person who will deliver the message of condolence on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland.
Well, of course, Laura, the King will receive visitors, no matter I wouldn't say necessarily no matter their politics, but from all aspects of political life, won't he?
And funnily enough, the castle here is meant to be a sort of politically neutral place. So although you have politicians from all backgrounds, there is a sense of neutrality, and maybe it creates, I don't know, a safer space, if you like. I mean, very much gathered to here today for one reason, but yeah, the King has had these meetings, and he will be experienced now at handling these sorts of moments. We saw him in London meeting politicians there, and in Scotland as well. It's a formality really for him at the moment, but they are important meetings, and he'll be well aware of the fractious sort of nature of politics here at the moment, and maybe it gives him a chance to sort of to think about what he can do as a convener at the very least, in terms of bringing some sort of end to the deadlock we're seeing at the moment, not involved with the politics, but perhaps involved with the production around the edges of things like that. But the crowds are still here, interestingly. I mean, I don't think we'll see anything here for some time, but people aren't showing any sign of going outside. Well, events inside the castle are unfolding there.
Well, if you can't make people wait a minute or two if you're King, when can you? We will return, of course, to Hillsborough Castle just as soon as we see His Majesty enter the room to receive that motion of condolence and, of course, to issue the reply. But for now, let's head back to Anna Botting in Edinburgh.
Yes, and just an update from here, Neil, that we understand that the queue of those who want to pay their respects to Her Majesty the Queen as she lies at rest in St Giles Cathedral has now closed. A statement from the Scottish Government that more than 26,000 people have already attended the vigil. People already in the queue, they say, will continue to move forward, but no more people will be permitted to join. The queue is at capacity. They remind everyone there will be an opportunity for people to pay their respects later this afternoon as Her Majesty's coffin leaves St Giles, makes its way to Edinburgh Airport before that journey to London. But certainly there will be a guard of honour of the Royal Company of Archers who have stood watch over her. As you can see, their heads bowed, as those members of the public slowly make their way around St Giles. A very emotional time for many of them, some queuing for hours. The current queue has been about 3 or 4 hours. Certainly overnight it reached about 8 hours from the people we spoke to. And we saw some of them queuing overnight in the dark, banks of toilets to help them. I will pause there from St Giles and head you back to Hillsborough and Neil.
We have seen welcome back to Hillsborough Castle. We get the feeling that events may well be about to proceed. David, those were the leaders just coming into the room, weren't they?
Yes, Northern Ireland, we've been saying all morning, is different from every other part of the United Kingdom, not least because we have a 5-party coalition government. When it's functioning at Stormont, that's part of the problem. Trying to bring 5 parties together in agreement in order to have these things functioning well. And there is a representative from each of those 5 main parties here today. The Democratic Unionist leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. This is his constituency, so he will have met with His Majesty the King in the last few minutes. But Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister designate of Northern Ireland, has also just met with His Majesty and is now taking her place in the throne room ahead of the motion of condolence. Alex Maskey has just entered the room. He's the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly. He's the man who will deliver that motion on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland. So I think at this point, now that they are in position, it's simply a matter of awaiting the arrival of His Majesty and Her Royal Highness the Queen Consort in the throne room.
It's a beautiful, beautiful room, in fact, actually. The other end, when the camera angle changes, you'll see the two thrones that have been placed there. I was having a quick look to see whether or not they had managed to get CR onto Charles Rex onto anything. Not yet, I believe.
I think they'll have done very well to ensure there's a royal standard flying in Hillsborough Castle at such short notice. This room is very grand, ornate. I've been there. I've had the privilege of being in it on a number of occasions. It's one of the places where they would present Queen's honours on occasion, where they would also present Duke of Edinburgh awards, Princess Trust awards. It would be used for that kind of event in the past, although this is one of those moments in history, and I think it is, that thought came to me a moment ago, it's worth reminding people. You remember the very cliched soundbite we had from the then Prime Minister Tony Blair on the eve of the Good Friday Agreement, where he said, "I feel the hand of history on my shoulder." He uttered those words just behind the doors of Hillsborough Castle.
Really?
So
you know what? I've been waiting to find that. I should have known that as well.
This is the place where he uttered those words. So today, I think the people sitting in that room will have a very real sense of the history that is unfolding before them. I think, Laura, you said 80 years since there has been a king in Northern Ireland.
Almost 80 years since Northern Ireland has seen a king. Of course, the Queen here, but before that, her father George VI. So nearly 80 years since a visit of a king, which in itself is significant as well. The Queen, as Queen, made 25 visits. In fact, some of them, she was still a princess. The first was aged 19 back in 1945 on a victory tour following the end of the Second World War. She came and visited with both of her parents. And then obviously she had a tour of the nations, but that was 1953 after her coronation, coming here with Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, going on a significant tour at that point, one which had echoes back in 2016 when she was last here, similar tour she took 6 years ago, which was to be her last visit.
4 million in the house. Mega love shout out. This is twins. Mega love shout out. This is twins.
Ahead of the motion of condolence in the throne room, but we were not granted pictures of the meetings with the political leaders in Northern Ireland. We may have some still pictures before the end of the day, I suspect, but that's an indication perhaps.
I think we can just hear the doors now. Let's just listen.
Aldrin Escano, mega love shout out. Ayan, mega love shout out. Aldrin Escano from SS Twins. Pwede kayo magdikitan, guys. Babaan.
King Charles, during this period of public mourning for Queen Elizabeth, we are mindful that you and your family grieve on the passing of a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. I hope that you and your family can take comfort from the appreciation and the warmth that has accompanied the tributes to the Queen from across these islands and indeed across the world. William Covrone, Yanu Lat, Aganam Cruashaw. I would like to sympathise with you at this difficult time. On the walls of Parliament buildings at Stormont, there are images from two of Queen Elizabeth's visits, the first during the coronation tour in 1953 and the second for the Diamond Jubilee in 2012. It's extraordinary to consider how much social and political change Queen Elizabeth witnessed in the time between those visits and indeed throughout her long reign. Yesterday, an assembly of Unionists, Republicans, Nationalists and those for whom the Constitution is not a main focus united to pay tribute to the late Queen. When she first came to the throne, no one would have anticipated an assembly so diverse and inclusive. Nor I imagine.
Ayan, manood na lang kayo guys ng update sa Queen kasi ganun din yung ginagawa ko. Ayan, nilive ko na lang.
And of course, never forget that over the last decades, too many have experienced tragedy and sorrow which will never leave them. And we have to understand that there are those for whom our political process has not yet been enough to ease their hurt and their pain. Thankfully, with the Good Friday Agreement and other significant developments, in that time we have also seen great efforts to build a peace for the future, as painstaking and frustrating as it may at times be. Queen Elizabeth was not a distant observer in the transformation and progress of relationships in and between these islands. She personally demonstrated how individual acts of positive leadership can help break down barriers and encourage reconciliation. Queen Elizabeth showed that a small but significant gesture, a visit, a handshake, crossing the
Enjoy mo lang yan, Isis Queen.
can make a huge difference in changing attitudes and building relationships.
Dito sa amin maulan. So kailangan na magtsaa.
Was exceptionally significant. In all of this, she personally underlined that one tradition is not diminished by reaching out to show respect to another. Of course, such acts of leadership do not come without risks or the need for courage and determination to see them through. We are thankful for Queen Elizabeth's commitment and encouragement to building peace and reconciliation across these islands, and indeed for all of those who seek to keep us moving towards that goal. With the Queen Consort at your side, you now lead an institution with a long history and tradition.
So yan guys ang bagong Queen, si King Charles III.
With the legacy of our
past, yung bagong King ng England,
ang United Kingdom. During her visit to Dublin, Queen Elizabeth said that whatever life throws at us,
tapos mag-chocolate tayo.
Will be all the stronger for working together.
Alam mo yung si Buyang, dapat kikitain ko si Buyang. Eh hindi niya, wala siyang time. So ay kanyang chocolate ay kakainin ko. Kainin ko na lang ang kanyang chocolate. Masaway yung si Buyang. I-short video ko muna na.
And actions over the years have already shown that you are seized of the importance of reconciliation and are committed to playing your full part in that. The challenge for all of us now is to renew the work that you and the late Queen Elizabeth have already done, and the responsibility on all of us is to work together to build a future for our whole community. In the time ahead, we will of course focus on that at the future. On our future at the start of this new era.
ASMR ba? Parang hindi ano sa akin yan kasi nung nag-ASMR ko, ang liit ng ano ko. Ano ba gawin yung ASMR na yan? Ayan si Camilla, the consort queen. Oo.
And your family in your grief. Our yes, Guru Ahanam, may she rest in peace.
Si Camilla ang pumalit kay Princess Diana. Si Princess Diana ang mas pinakamaganda.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all my family, I can only offer...
So ayan na po yan ang bagong king ng England. God save the King, King Charles III.
The death of my beloved mother, after a life
Charles
faithfully dedicated to the duty to which she had been called. It is fitting that we should meet at Hillsborough, which my mother knew so well, and in whose beautiful rose garden she always took such pleasure. In the years since she began her long life of public service, my mother saw Northern Ireland pass through momentous and historic changes. Through all those years, she never ceased to pray for the best of times for this place and its people, whose stories she knew, whose sorrows our family had felt, and for whom she had a great affection and regard.
Ferrero Rocher.
My mother felt
Raffaello Yung.
significance of the role she herself played in bringing together those whom history had separated, and in extending a hand to make possible the healing of long-held hurts. At the very beginning of her life of service, the Queen made a pledge to dedicate herself to her country and her people, and to maintain the principles of constitutional government. This promise she kept with steadfast faith. Now, with that shining example before me, and with God's help, I take up my new duties resolved to seek the welfare of all the inhabitants of Northern Ireland. During the years of my mother's reign, it has been a privilege to bear witness to such a devoted life. May it be granted to us all to fulfill the tasks before us so well.
Well, the King and Queen Consort have now left the throne room, having delivered their reply to that motion, that speech of condolence from the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, Alex Maskey. Let's bring in David Blevins just to kind of have a brief word of reflection on what we heard. We were both listening very closely to what the Speaker said. What leapt out at me was just how explicit the mentions were of the peace process, the Good Friday Agreement, the changing attitudes the changing attitudes of the people of Northern Ireland, and the role of the Queen in all of that.
Neil, when did you ever think that you would hear a Sinn Féin Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly
4 million in the house, gratitude
for the contribution Her Majesty the Queen made to the search for lasting peace in this part of the United Kingdom? When did you ever think you would hear Alex Maskey, who's elected from the West Belfast constituency, acknowledge the role that the new King has already played in visiting the Republic of Ireland so many times, in himself shaking hands with Gerry Adams, the world's most recognisable Irish Republican, his focus on the part they have played in helping to cement what we call the peace process, I think was really significant. It was a very conciliatory speech. It did represent fully the entire community. He spoke briefly in Irish at one point as well, acutely aware of the fact that he is the Speaker of an Assembly where there is currently a Sinn Féin majority, of course. And the King's response was equally very warm. He said his mother prayed for this place and its people and hoped for nothing but the very best for them at all times.
I mean, Laura, there were certainly themes in that speech which were specific to the location, but again, we had that reference to his dearest mother.
Absolutely, the shining example that she had set, and I think those are the key words, really, aren't they? And funnily enough, exactly what was echoed from speaking to people in the crowd, really, this sense that although he is new to the role, he's clearly been able to watch very closely and witness how the Queen worked here, how she handled her situation, how she took on the role, and how she saw that responsibility. And the words shining example say it all, really. And that is an example he has pledged here today to follow as best as he can as king now.
I suppose that if you are head of state, you don't have a vote. It's a rather easy way to remain above politics by never actually making a decision along those lines. But of course, in his role, in his new role, he will be expected to consult politicians on a regular basis.
Well, he will certainly see the Prime Minister once a week, that's for sure. And there'll be plenty of political meetings. They're not political moments, are they? But they're political meetings. And it's been interesting hearing some of the recollections of the Queen, how she was very close to some politicians and would have these private meetings, particularly when some ended a role, for example. So she knew very well what was going on in politics. She wasn't interfering, but she was involved in a way. And that is the difference, isn't it, between involvement and interference, really. And that's something King Charles will be looking at when he looks and assesses his role in this reign.
But of course, there is no matter who sits on that throne, there is an association in many people's minds in this country between the King, the Queen, and of course the British state, and the British state and its actions that took place in Northern Ireland, as we now call it, Northern Ireland.
And in the past, some of that has been focused particularly on the now king, because as Colonel-in-Chief of the Parachute Regiment, there was a time where he could not have gone anywhere near the city of Derry, Londonderry, for example. I remember there was an attempt to bring him there on a visit on one occasion, and there were significant the fact that in this divided community, Her Majesty the Queen clearly understood the nuances. She went to Dublin to heal the wounds in terms of the Anglo-Irish relationship. She then, a year later, held out her hand of friendship to Martin McGuinness, recognising the difference between Republicans and Unionists and the political conflict that had taken place here. But even beyond that, she then went to Enniskillen, and we all remember the horror of the Enniskillen Poppy Day bombing, and famously crossed the street from the Protestant cathedral to the Roman Catholic cathedral. And that was the moment where the people of Enniskillen say it became acceptable for people to cross between the two different cathedrals to recognise each other's religion. So it wasn't just governmental and political, it was religious. She understood all of the various layers of the complex place that is Northern Ireland.
A final word from you, Laura. Of course, there are still plenty of people hanging around here at Hillsborough Castle. The majority of them have gone, but plenty of people are still here. I wonder whether we might just see maybe perhaps a few more handshakes, or do you think it's probably just going to be a little wave as the motorcade heads into town?
It's possible to know, isn't it? But the handshake moments have meant a lot to the people, and I think to the monarch, to King Charles as well. It must be reassuring for him. His schedule is really busy, though. It is a packed schedule at the moment. Let's not forget, he flies back to London, and then tomorrow will be this incredible moment where he will accompany the coffin of his mother, as we saw in Edinburgh, but this will be to Westminster Hall, the Palace of Westminster. It will be a very solemn moment along the Mall. It's a really busy time for him, and I think the times when you've noticed the toll it is taking are when we've had those pauses in all the ceremonies and all the processions. So when he was stood by the coffin of his mother and mounted that vigil at St Giles Cathedral last night, it was etched on his face, wasn't it? The poignancy, the moment, really. And like I've been saying, he is working through his grief quite literally, because he's here, because he was in Scotland earlier today, because he will be back in London later on. It is a busy time for him, but he knows an incredibly important one as well.
Just one other thought, of course, as we continue to look at pictures, of course, on the right of your screen of St Giles, where the Queen continues to lie in state, and those pictures from inside Hillsborough itself. I mean, just reflecting on that vigil, I mean, how many of us could ever conceive of standing in a room with the body of one of our parents in a coffin behind us as members of the public file past? It is a curious thing that we ask of these people sometimes.
It is. I mean, if you put it like that, it seems incredibly mawkish, doesn't it? But don't forget, exactly these scenes were seen when the Queen Mother was lying in state in Westminster Hall. The Queen is currently lying in rest in Edinburgh. She will be lying in state when she gets to London. And of course, the Queen's father lay in state like this as well. So it is, of course, odd almost, isn't it? These strange traditions, when you see these ancient and arcane moments unfolding in front of our eyes, which is why I think the getting out of a car, the going up to people and shaking hands, the real moments are just as important, because it is the contrast, isn't it, between the tradition, like all the proclamations, they have to take place because that's what happens basically. But at the same time, the moment people remember is when you see King Charles getting out of the car, meeting people, or when you saw, as in Windsor it was, the Windsor walkabout with Princes William and Harry. That's what the crowds wanted to see. I think they accept there is the tradition to it all, the ancient stuff, but that's not very accessible. What is accessible, though, is when you see your monarch up close and personal.
David, we're just looking at those pictures from inside the castle, and Michelle O'Neill waiting, it's just on cue, Michelle O'Neill waiting to speak, we believe, to the King and Queen.
Yes, the First Minister designate appears to be having a good look around here inside Hillsborough Castle, standing alongside Alex Maskey, who brought that motion of condolence. We believe the political leaders have had a brief meeting each with His Majesty, but they appear to be lined up now along with other dignitaries who attended the event in the throne room, perhaps to just bid farewell as he leaves Hillsborough shortly to make his way to the Cathedral of St Anne in Belfast for a service of reflection marking the passing of his mother. But we really have heard some very poignant words in the last few moments, with the Speaker extending the condolences from people in Northern Ireland, commenting on the enormous contribution the Queen made to the search for peace here, and thanking the new monarch for the role he's already played in terms of bridge building between communities in this divided part of the United Kingdom. But I do wonder, as we look at these pictures of Michelle O'Neill standing with the other political leaders, is it possible that we may just glimpse a handshake as he makes his way out? That would be very symbolic.
I was going to say, would that carry a similar level of significance, do you think?
I think it would be the indication that the bridge that was built by Her Majesty the Queen and the former Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, Martin McGuinness, and reaching out to one another and indicating that they were prepared to turn the page, so to speak, is being maintained.
Enjoy ka lang dyan, Isis Queens.
Britain and Ireland, that desire to build a new relationship between Unionists and Republicans. Northern Ireland, as we all know, is a very complicated place, and symbolism matters because it's the thing people remember.
It is perhaps, Laura, the normalisation of a handshake between a significant member of the royal family, now of course King, and someone, a figure of significance on the Republican side of politics.
But this comes back, doesn't it, to how far that role can go when it comes to politics, and whether it be the Queen walking across from one side of a road to another side, or a handshake, seemingly very straightforward everyday things, but so much more important when performed by a monarch. And that is the soft power, isn't it? Absolutely at play. These visible moments that speak, that say so much. It's the involvement without the interference, as I was saying before, I think, and they are important. But the handshakes in the crowds are just as important as well. But clearly, as monarch, there is a duality to the role and the responsibilities as well. So we have all the politicians lining up here because there's a reception due to take place as well. So there'll be other people gathering here for that reception.
It is interesting just looking at the juxtaposition once again of the continuing processes in Northern Ireland, political and of course constitutional, and on the other side, the body of Her Majesty the Queen, as people pay their respects in Edinburgh. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on, Laura, the idea of continuity, but also the idea of Charles III being his own man.
Yeah, it's a difficult path, isn't it? And it's not like there's a textbook for him to follow. It was a path the Queen took on at such a young age. She always said it was hard, didn't she? Because she was so young when she became Queen. But there hasn't been a president since that for him. So he will have thought about it a lot, and he's had a long time to think about it. But I think you can see the reality, I think.
Hello, Boyang, how are you?
That he now has as monarch, a very, very different role.
Iniwan mo na sila.
He knew was coming. But still, I think, as he told Liz Truss in that meeting on the camera, it's the moment he'd been dreading for so many different reasons. But clearly the support of his family he's made very clear will be absolutely vital for him, with his Queen Consort Camilla at his side.
Buyang, yung chocolate mo. Kinakain ko na.
Wales, William and Kate taking on that role, the title he'd held for so long himself.
Sabi ko yung chocolate mo na ibibigay ko sa'yo, pinakain ko na.
Because they will appreciate as well,
Mataway ka eh.
particularly Prince William, but they will appreciate the enormity of what's just happened to him.
And David, just remind us again we will be seeing
the
King and Queen Consort make their way down the line. Michelle and I have already mentioned, of course.
Hindi kasi nagpakita.
The government is functioning, so
Hindi ako.
the Sinn Féin First Minister-elect Michelle O'Neill, you've got
nag-iilis ko pero inaano ko yung live ng BBC.
He doesn't sit at Stormont, of course. He sits at Westminster and Hillsborough Falls in his Westminster constituency. Matthew O'Toole is representing the National.
Sabi ko, kikitain ko siya. Hindi siya nakipagkita. Di kinain ko yung chocolate.
He's the gentleman of the medals. He's a highly decorated former British Army captain who served in Afghanistan. And Naomi Long from the Alliance Party, the party that did so well in the last election, indicating perhaps that there are fewer and fewer people who want to identify with either unionism or nationalism.
I suspect all of them will be on their best behaviour, but how do they isn't a king in the room?
That's a good question, but I often say whenever I'm reporting,
Ang yaman, sana all.
Bring a camera to the restaurant in Stormont rather than to the press conferences out front, because quite often you will see them chatting together, drinking coffee together, having lunch together, because they do recognise that in a place where you have such division, they have to work together if they're going to form a power-sharing government and allow the peace process as we know it to continue.
You wonder though whether an event such as this might just kick a few backsides and
shout out.
The longer this goes on, the more likely that there's going to be some issues arising from the lack of a political process and so on.
Well, I think it's really obvious that after the election, Sinn Féin feels empowered. That Sinn Féin feels much more secure, perhaps, than it did previously.
Yaman naman yan.
Party at Stormont, and it's the Unionists who were feeling insecure about Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom. Now, many people would argue that any insecurity around the constitutional question is a result of Brexit, and that the protocol is the inevitable consequence of Brexit. But the DUP, of course, say this wasn't the Brexit they voted for, that Northern Ireland shouldn't have been treated differently to anywhere else in the United Kingdom. That's why they have refused to restore the power-sharing government. But the fact that we've seen within a few days of him becoming the new monarch, Charles III coming to Northern Ireland, that just might be enough to reassure them that their position in the Union is safe for now.
We haven't been very handy with the microphones so far at Hillsborough Castle, but I'm just going to briefly shut up and hopefully we might just catch a little flavour of what's being said, the Queen Consort speaking there.
Kaya nga. Anong lahi? Sarap ng buhay. Ang dami-daming Galing. Diba? At least nakakuha ka ng magandang amo, ng hindi anong amo kasi yung iba, 'di ba, mga salbahe. O sige na, mag-ano ka na, i-video mo na yung bahay. Nang i-premiere mo na yan. Oo. least, di ba, allowed sa inyo yung cellphone. Kasi sa iba, naku, oo. Nandito ako sa, sa Hampstead ako. Kaya nga Hampstead nga ako, kaya medyo malayo. Oo, northwest ako. Oo, pwede. Central London talaga. Oo. Nagla-live pala ako, nagdidinaldal ako. Wala namang akong ayan lang sila, Sabi ko, i-live ko na nga ito habang nanonood ako. Kasi kain ka na, Buyang.
It's 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News live from Hillsborough Castle.
You're late sa amin. Ayan, kamusta?
Speaking, I believe, to the Speaker of the currently not sitting Northern Ireland Assembly, to his left on the
kailan ba yung viewing? Di ba viewing na sa sa Miyerkules?
First Minister David Blevins.
Bukas.
The term we used there a little
First Minister designate.
First Minister designate.
Oo, libin ako. Libin ako. Kasi ayoko, mahal ang bayad ng parang bahay. Kailangan ko livingin ako. Oo, kasi may family kayo. Oo. Ganun talaga. At saka pag may partner dito, kailangan talaga, live out. Diba? Oo. Sige na, Sisi, kay nagla-live ako. Si Buyang, nawala na si Buyang. Salamat! Oo, nagla-live ako. Bye-bye. Okay lang kayo dyan. Ayan, big love shoutout ka Hector from Is Twins.
We keep watching these lovely pictures, actually, from the back of Hillsborough Castle. Let's once again bring in David Blevins, Laura Bundock. Laura, to you first. Let's just talk briefly, shall we, about the speech that His Majesty gave. Rather interesting for a number of reasons. Take me through yours.
Yeah, this was the reply to the message of condolence he heard, and it was a very well-crafted speech, as you expect, but I felt it said a lot, and it needed probably to say a lot as well. But he spoke of how Hillsborough was a place he said his mother knew well, and a place with a rose garden which she always took such pleasure in. So a very personal nod there to the Queen's connection with Hillsborough, but then very much an awareness of the situation, the political situation here as well. And he spoke how his mother never ceased to pray, as he said, for the best of times for this place and for its people, whose story she knew, he said, whose sorrows our family had felt, and for whom she had a great affection and regard. And moving to the role he knows she plays, he said, my mother felt deeply, I know, the significance of the role she played in bringing together those whom history had separated, and in extending a hand to make possible the healing of long-held hurts. And I think, extending a hand to help and make possible things is perhaps the role he now sees he will have to play. And we've seen the gathering of the politicians there. You cannot do more than gather them together, but perhaps that alone and with the handshakes maybe he could make in the future and has made in the past, he knows the gestures that have meant so much, that have carried so much weight when it comes to helping anything move forwards. And that, I think, certainly what he sees as his role. And he said and spoke of his mother's shining example, an example he clearly, pledging today, wants to follow.
David, of course, the King's reply was preceded by that message of condolence, the speech given by the Speaker, a speech that you thought was pretty remarkable, in fact.
Yes, acknowledging the part that Her Majesty the Queen played in bringing about a better situation in Northern Ireland. Remember, it is a Sinn Féin member who holds the office of Speaker, and let's not forget that the former Sinn Féin leader, Gerry Adams, used to describe the Queen as Mrs. Windsor. So that's how far we've come in Northern Ireland, where we've now got a Sinn Féin Speaker acknowledging that Her Majesty played a part in making things different here, and also acknowledging in that speech that the new monarch has also played his part in that. And again, I think we're seeing the juxtaposition. We've heard that speech from a Sinn Féin speaker in the Northern Ireland Assembly, and we're now watching the King meet with people from the military. So I'm assuming these are the people who were involved in the 21-gun salute when he arrived here at Hillsborough Castle. But remember how long Sinn Féin campaigned for the British military to leave Northern Ireland. So again, as we've seen already in this meeting with political leaders today, as we're going to see at the cathedral shortly, when you have both the British and Irish Prime Ministers, and you have the British head of state and the Irish head of state in attendance, this is a day which is visually illustrating that Northern Ireland is different. It's a place of division. It's a place where some people are very proud to call themselves British, others very clearly identify as Irish, and as a result of the Good Friday Agreement of 1998, you have the choice to designate as British or Irish, or both.
Let's pause there, guys, here at Hillsborough Castle, and bring in someone who I'm sure will have a view on that which we are seeing at Hillsborough Castle, and indeed some experience to relay of travelling with the Queen. Charles Anson was press secretary to the Queen from 1990 to 1997. Mr. Anson, great pleasure to talk to you today. Indeed, you travelled with the Queen, I think, on a number of occasions to Northern Ireland. I wonder if you might tell me about one of those.
Well, it was during the 1990s that I accompanied the Queen, and of course, a time when it was politically quite perilous and delicate. So, and before the Irish agreements, the accords had been made. So it was although politically quite a sensitive time, equally the Queen was was well received in Northern Ireland, and was able to talk to people across all the political parties, and to hold meetings and receptions at Hillsborough House and so on. So one always felt that it was a personal politesse, and more than that, of course, from some parts of the Northern Irish population. But definitely her presence there was welcome, actually, as they saw her in the flesh. And I think great respect for her as a head of state, no matter what the sort of political background and sensitivities were at the time.
Oh, of course, one of the key events in the history of this part of the world was the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in 1998. But it was a year before that, in fact, that I'm told that the Queen travelled here, you with her, and she met both Catholic and Protestant school kids from across Northern Ireland. I mean, the symbolism of a meeting like that is not lost on anyone.
No, I think that's right, and of course. The momentum accelerated with the change of government in 1997 and the Tony Blair's election as Prime Minister. And I'd already had left after 7 years as Press Secretary, so I didn't see that at first hand. But what I did see was the Queen's presence in Northern Ireland and her sense of purpose, that this was very much part of the United Kingdom. On the basis of which she was crowned in 1953. and an important part of the United Kingdom, which she wanted to give as much attention as she could, but obviously with some political constraints given the security situation there.
In private, Charles, I mean, what was the level of the Queen's interest in Northern Irish politics and the politics of the United Kingdom in general?
Well, I think the Queen has always had a very strong commitment to the United Kingdom, and of course, she was crowned as head of state of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So this was a very important symbolic moment, as we know from
Let us pray. Almighty God, Father of all mercies, we commit to your loving care our Sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth, who for 70 years has been to this land a wise, gracious and dutiful monarch, committed to serving you on the pattern of your Son, Jesus our Lord. We give thanks for her faith, inspiration and guidance through changing times and occasions of both national joy and public and private grief. Bless her family and all whose love and care have supported her throughout her long reign, with comfort and strength in these days of loss and mourning. On King Charles, pour out, we beseech you, such an abundance of your grace, that he may fulfill his calling with ever-increasing wisdom, discernment, and spiritual light. We gather our thoughts and prayers together in the words in which Christ taught his disciples to pray, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Miller, the Youth Ambassador for the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme in Northern Ireland, will read the first lesson. The lesson is taken from the book of Joshua, number 4, verses 1 to 3, then 8, and then 19 to 24.
A reading from the book of Joshua, chapter 4, beginning at verse 1. When the entire nation of Israel had finished crossing over the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, Select 12 men from the people, one from each tribe, and command them, Take 12 stones from here, out of the middle of the Jordan, from the place where the priest's feet stood. Carry them over with you, and lay them down in the place where you camp tonight. The Israelites did as Joshua commanded. They took up 12 stones out of the middle of the Jordan, according to the number of the tribes of the Israelites, as the Lord told Joshua, carried them over with them to the place where they camped, and laid down there. The people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they camped in Gilgal on the east border of Jericho. Those 12 stones, which they had taken out of the Jordan, Joshua set up in Gilgal, saying to the Israelites, When your children ask their parents in time to come, What do these stones mean? Then you shall let your children know. Israel crossed over the Jordan here on dry ground. For the Lord your God dried up the waters of the Jordan for you until you crossed over, as the Lord your God did for us when we crossed over the Red Sea, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the hand of the Lord is mighty, and so that you may fear the Lord your God forever. This is the word of the Lord.
The choir will now sing the setting of Psalm 96 by Sir Charles Villiers Stanford. O sing unto the Lord a new song. The second reading will be read by the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Again I will say, rejoice. Let your gentleness be known to everyone. The Lord is near. Do not worry about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Finally, beloved, whatever is true, whatever is honourable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is pleasing, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, and if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Keep on doing the things that you have learned and received and heard and seen in me, and the God of peace will be with you. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
SS Twins, sige lang, SS Twins. Nakatulog na nga ako eh. Tambay ko lang din yung live ko. Salamat.
Thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word. Before the sermon given by the Most Reverend John McDowell, Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of all Ireland, an act of commemoration. A small candle will be lit and silence held to recall the life and reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
O Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings and Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who from your throne beholds all who dwell upon earth, grant to us understanding of your will and thankfulness of heart for the life and reign of our most beloved Queen, and to her everlasting joy and felicity, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Nani Manahar, agus Vic, agus the Spirit. For many of us in the United Kingdom, there were two people whose deaths we could never imagine. Our own and the Queen. And I think that is one of the reasons why the death of Queen Elizabeth was literally felt so keenly by so many people when the news broke on Thursday afternoon. It was as though the nation's collective grief was gathered up in those remarkable words of Christopher Marlowe's. If I had wept a sea of tears for her, it would not ease the sorrow I sustain. And if that was how those of us felt who were in many ways part of her adopted family through her coronation oath, how much more profound must that feeling of loss be to those of the Queen's blood family, those who knew her best and loved her most. Your Majesty, our prayers will be with you and your family for a long time to come. St. Paul could be a bit of a gloomy old moralist at times, and some of his injunctions contained in his letters are very far from easy to fulfill. It's pretty difficult to have no anxiety about anything. But I would dare to suggest that for the family of the late Queen and for millions of others, there will be no difficulty whatsoever when she comes to mind in following St. Paul's command to think on whatever is true, whatever is honourable, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, whatever is worthy of praise. There were many other words used about the late Queen during her long reign. Faithfulness, care, dutifulness, love, devotion. And all of these could be employed to describe her relationship with Northern Ireland. And I have to say, probably with patience binding them all together. But paying attention especially to what she said most recently, the word which I think will be most associated with Queen Elizabeth and Ireland, North and South, is reconciliation. It's a great New Testament word. It's a great civic word. And it's a hard word. So hard in the religious sense that it was beyond the power of humanity to achieve. And God himself had to give it to us as a gift in his Son. And as a disciple of Jesus Christ, Queen Elizabeth followed where Jesus led, as women often have in the elusive and unfinished work of reconciliation here in Northern Ireland. But where the master is, there will the servant be also. It has always been love's way that in order to rise, she stoops. So bowing of the head in respect was far more powerful than much grander gestures would have been. Love listens far more than she speaks. So a few words in an unfamiliar tongue and a judicious sentence or two of heartfelt regret and wisdom said far more than ceaseless volubility. Love never rushes anything for fear of overwhelming the beloved. But when the moment was right, she walked the few steps between two houses of prayer in Enniskillen, alongside the beloved, with encouragement and affection. And although love is easily injured, she keeps no record of wrongs and extends the open hand of sincerity and friendship with courage to create an environment and an atmosphere where reconciliation have a chance. Love never fails. Where the master is, there will the servant be also. Reconciliation is about the restoration of broken relationships. And the word should never be cheapened by pretending it's an easy thing to achieve. And by and large, in the work of reconciliation, most of our victories are achieved quietly and in private, and most of our humiliations will be in public. Reconciliation requires the greatest of all religious virtues, love, and it requires the greatest of all civic virtues, courage. But as the great apostle of reconciliation says, what you have learned and received and heard and seen in me, do. And the God of peace will be with you. And who can doubt that the Holy Spirit of the God of peace was present in the mind and in the heart of the late Queen when she spoke her judicious and generous words and walked the hard road of reconciliation in this province and on this island. Queen's vocation as a Christian monarch to work for the good of all her people went far beyond the boundaries of these islands, but we have much to learn from it. That it is Christian to be tolerant, not because we believe so little about God, but because of the nature of the God we believe in, and because we believe so much in the importance of a free response to God's call. So firmly rooted in her Christian faith, Queen was therefore firm in her belief that it is no part of a Christian's vocation to belittle another person's faith or lack of it. It's only an impression, but it did seem to me that in the last years of her reign, the tone and content of the Queen's broadcasts became slightly more overtly religious, and perhaps a little more personal. On Christmas Day, only 4 or 5 years ago, she said this: although we are capable of great acts of kindness, history teaches us that we sometimes need saving from ourselves, from our recklessness and greed. So God sent into the world a unique person, neither a philosopher or a general, important as they are, the Saviour, with the power to forgive. Forgiveness lies at the heart of the Christian faith. It can heal broken families, it can restore friendships, and it can reconcile divided communities. She went on to say, and it is in forgiveness that we feel the power of God's love. At her baptism, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was signed on her forehead with the sign of sacrifice, the cross. And for 96 years in a life which was a prodigy of steady endeavour, she offered herself, her soul and body as a living sacrifice to God who loves her with an everlasting love. I want to finish by reminding us of those final words spoken by Mr. Valiant for Truth in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, some of which the Queen herself used in her very first television broadcast in 1957. Then he said, I am going to my father's, and though with great difficulty I am got hither, yet now do I not repent me of all the trouble I have been to arrive where I am. My sword I give to him who will succeed me in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to him that can get it. My marks and scars I carry with me, that I have fought his battles, who will now be my rewarder. And when the day that he must go hence was come, many accompanied him to the riverside, into which as he went he said, Death, where is thy sting? He went down deeper. He said, Grave, where is thy victory? And so he passed over, and the trumpets sounded for her on the other side. Now to the King of ages, immortal, invisible, the only true God, be ascribed all might, majesty, dominion and power, as is most justly due. God save the King.
He was there for all his life has been an inspiration and example to others of devotion and his perspective. He stands together as a life work of humility. Grandchild, your public protect her in love, and may your light perpetually shine upon her. Grant that all that was true and honorable, compassionate and merciful in her life and witness to your Son Jesus Christ, glory in the hearts of all who have shared her life too, and look forward to a joyful reunion in the heavenly kingdom. Give you thanks this day for that good service and duty shown by the members of the royal family, following after the example set by Queen Elizabeth. At this time, may each draw strength from one another, from the long life of the Queen, and from their faith in God, that by personal example and the courage to serve, they may live for the well-being of this nation and for greater understanding in the world. In the name of the Prince of Peace, even Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
God of all holiness and giver of life, protect and guide, we beseech you, all who seek in these days, through prayer, thought, and action, to fulfill their work in sustaining the life of this city and land. May all whose responsibilities bridge gulfs of understanding, of cultural or religious difference, or across divides of age, race, gender, or politics, come to know this central human need for love, security, justice, and peace. Maintain within all our institutions a unity of spirit which transcends difference, a oneness of purpose in mutual support for the good of all. This we pray in the spirit of he who bids us be one, our Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Daily restore him in strength to meet the demands of his high calling. Fulfill in him your providential will, and may the indwelling spirit of your Son, Jesus Christ, bring him peace of heart and courage to declare and do what is right. To his family, in your great compassion, shed your heavenly succor, and may they all know your presence daily as they turn their hearts to you and to your Son, who for us all is the bread of life and the gateway to heaven, and in whose name we pray. Amen.
To the great Londonderry air, O Christ the same, through all our stories' pages, our loves and hopes, our failures and our fears.
Deep peace of the running wave to you.
Deep peace of the flowing air to you.
Deep peace of the quiet earth to you.
Dimple sa Kuro Vlog, may kami-kalap shoutout.
Deep peace of the shining stars to you.
Sige, tatamsakan ko.
Deep peace of the Son of Peace to you.
And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and remain with you always. Amen.
The act of commemoration and contemplation for the Queen is done here in St Anne's, Belfast. The King and the Queen Consort will shortly be escorted out after we heard for the first time before His Majesty the singing of both of the great verses of the national anthem and a reflection of what has been considered here after the reign of a Queen, which has encompassed so much change and now so much hope for Northern Ireland. The principal clergy from the many denominations that celebrate different elements of the Christian faith here in Northern Ireland now coming past the King as he's about to be escorted from this great cathedral. And no sovereign could be under any doubt of the history and importance of these different views on faith than the King. And at the start of his reign and in reflection of the Queen, the chance to dedicate himself in prayer, in remembering and recalling his mother's life of service. And also he takes time to thank old friends of his who are also here, former Lord Lieutenants, who have come to be with the King and Queen Consort today. The President of Ireland, who has come to be with the King today, an act of incredible generosity of spirit, to also mark, as President of Ireland, on behalf of Ireland, the contribution to the evolution towards peace made by Queen Elizabeth II as part of the intent of her government and so many others besides. The new king will take leave of those religious leaders, thank them for the service and for the way in which his mother was remembered, as the Dean and the Bishop take the King and the Queen Consort out into the crowd. And as has become very much the way with the King's visits to different parts of the United Kingdom, a chance to meet all those people who have come to wish him well in this time of grief and renewed commitment. Can you keep a bit more space, please?
Just do like 2 or 3. Let's keep going, Liam. I think you're all in the morning. Yeah. All the way back. I think keep going back. Further. Keep going. You'll be a wonderful king.
Well, once again, we see King Charles III out and about, greeting his subjects, warmly embracing them, in fact. And as events here in Northern Ireland come to something of a close, of course, the King returning shortly after speaking to the public here, it is perhaps worth reflecting on what we have seen here today and indeed yesterday. First and foremost, I certainly got the weather wrong. An overcoat was not needed standing outside Hillsborough Castle today. Laura Bunder, rather more sensibly dressed than I. Your kind of final reflections on what we saw, and particularly, I think, the exchanges that we had inside Hillsborough Castle earlier today with those politicians, particularly those from Sinn Féin.
Sartorial choices to one side. It has been an incredibly important day for King Charles, arriving here in Northern Ireland for the first time as king. That moment marked most poignantly, I think, by the raising of the royal standard as he walked through the gates here at Hillsborough Castle. But as we've seen when he arrived in London, in Scotland, and now in Northern Ireland, very much the king and the crowds, isn't it? So we're seeing here as well as he leaves St Anne's Cathedral. As he arrived here, he got out of the car, he wanted to go and meet people, and the people have been queuing here since early in the morning to get a glimpse of the King and the Queen Consort as well. And there were big smiles across his face, lots of people there to pay tribute and thank for the service of the Queen, but also to welcome him as the new king as well. And then inside, he'd obviously looked at the exhibition, reminding him of the time the Queen spent in Northern Ireland, all 25 visits, the most recent back in 2016, the first back in 1945. So a long history his mother had with Northern Ireland, and which he will hope to continue, and reflecting on that in the speech very much.
You get the feeling, don't you, that this is a part of the world, this and indeed the Republic of Ireland, parts of the world that we will see some fairly frequent visits from King Charles?
Yes, and I think in the speech, it was interesting hearing the speaker, wasn't it, saying how the Queen had made a huge difference, how she had helped change attitudes and build relationships, and the King very much nodding to that, saying how this was a place that she held great affection for, Northern Ireland.
Laura Bundock, many thanks indeed. Well, as we see, once again I make the mistake, King Charles III getting into the car shortly to return to London to greet the Queen.
So a wave there from King Charles III. The attention now returns to Edinburgh and Her Majesty the Queen, who begins that journey away from Scotland back down to London. At St Giles Cathedral, the public viewing has now ended. More than 26,000 people made their way through to pay tribute to Her Majesty. And there the minister, Reverend Callum MacLeod, prepares to give a service of prayers. The royal family departing the Palace of Holyrood House, driving back again up the Royal Mile. The Princess Royal will be accompanying her mother back to London. It has been an extraordinary experience for some 26,000 people, many of whom waited many hours to be able to walk into this cathedral and pay tribute to the Queen. Here then, the royal family. Smaller crowds today on the Royal Mile. Yesterday, of course, the Queen's 4 children walked on foot behind their mother for a service of thanksgiving.
Royal Company! Royal Company! And Royal Company! Royal Salute! Present! First!
And with a royal salute from the Royal Company of Archers, the King's Bodyguard for Scotland, members of the royal family arrive again in glorious sunshine here at St Giles High Kirk. They come back to recover Queen Elizabeth II and start her journey down to London. Princess Royal is received by the Minister of St Giles, Dean of the Chapels Royal, and with a salute from the Garrison Sergeant Major. The Duke of Buccleuch, the King's Gold Stick for Scotland, who was appointed by the Queen, who is the Captain General of the King's Bodyguard. Not long ago, the public who had been filing past the Queen, their journey had to be stopped as the Preparation for this journey down to London needed to be prepared. There'll be a small service of prayers before the Queen will be removed and taken in procession to Edinburgh Airport.
Royal Company, recover both.
The Royal Company of Archers recover their bows with their colours, who are about now to make their final salute here in Scotland to a Queen they served as a royal bodyguard for nearly 71 years. Meanwhile, in order to greet the Queen's return to London, the King is making his way from St Anne's Cathedral, where he attended that service in commemoration of the Queen in Northern Ireland, heading to the airport in order to return. The hearse that we've got to know so well since it first appeared carrying the Queen from Balmoral Castle such a short time ago. The Queen, the first sovereign to die in Scotland since King James IV died at Falkland Palace in 1542. Such silence here as the birds can be heard, the rattling of the halyards on the flagpoles, and the sun beats down upon St Giles High Kirk. Auld Reekie, the great city of Edinburgh. These last few minutes that the Queen, who was Duchess of Edinburgh, from the day she married her beloved Prince Philip until he died and she died, carrying that title, lost as it was in her own august title as sovereign, but yet still held very preciously by the Queen. In Belfast, cars have stopped along the road to see the King go past, the new King on his first visit to Northern Ireland. The Queen was sovereign of the most ancient and most noble Order of the Thistle, the highest order of chivalry in Scotland, whose chapel St Giles's High Kirk is. Regularly she would come here, wearing her black velvet bonnet with ostrich feathers and the green velvet robes with the motto of the order, which was the motto also of her queenship, Nemo me impune licessit. Translated, no one shall provoke me with impunity. A noble motto that was carried by most of her Scottish soldiers in the infantry, in the Scots Guards, and the Royal Regiment of Scotland. Queen and Prince Philip came to St Giles High Kirk soon after the coronation in 1953, and there she was presented with the crown that has been adorning her coffin these last 24 hours, and also the sword and the sceptre that were given by popes to Scottish kings, which together form the symbols of Scottish nationhood. The half-masted flags leaving their shadows here as the afternoon moves on towards an evening of a sad departure from Scotland. Meanwhile, in Belfast, the King is taking leave as he says goodbye to those who've been helping to organise this visit. All of them. These visits have taken an enormous amount of organisation. Many people have done their very best, not just for the late Queen, but also to help the King as he wanted to start his reign with visits to all parts of the United Kingdom. While the King and Queen Consort are taking leave in Belfast, in Edinburgh, in St Giles High Kirk, at the end of the prayers, the bearer party will step forward, take up the burden of the late sovereign, still adorned with the royal standard in Scotland, and move very slowly past the high table and through the apses of the cathedral to the west door, which will open, and this journey will be visible and will begin. Waiting at Edinburgh Airport to take up the responsibility of conveying the late sovereign on her last flight will be the Royal Air Force's Globemaster C-17. It will fly Her late Majesty to the Royal Air Force Base at Northolt. From what was at the beginning of the Queen's reign, Edinburgh Airport was also known as Royal Air Force Turnhouse. Memory perhaps of the Second World War, when the Queen was much younger and her father as king saw much of the United Kingdom littered with Air Force stations and airfields in order to protect the nation from the tyranny that was threatening from across the seas. The crown will be removed from where it is, sitting upon the coffin of the late Queen, by the Duke of Hamilton, who by dint of being Earl of Arran is entitled to carry the crown, and it will be returned to where it's kept safe in Edinburgh Castle. The service in St Giles's of prayers due to take about 25 minutes. For the Princess Royal, who left Balmoral following her mother, it's been a daughter's responsibility to see the Queen through this journey all the way from where she died in Balmoral, ultimately to Buckingham Palace. And tomorrow, the state takes the Queen to its heart as the great procession from Buckingham Palace will leave, and the armed forces, with the excellence for which they're known, will convey Elizabeth II to lie in state in Westminster Hall. But this is Scotland's time, with the Queen of Scots for the moment. The Royal Company of Archers standing at ease with their bows. A uniform designed by Sir Walter Scott, the great Scottish historian, as the Queen is brought from the High Kirk to the hearse. Farewell to this Queen of Scots from the High Kirk as the pipers play their lament.
Royal Company, Royal Salute, we stand, bow.
the King leaving Belfast to return to London in order to be present when Her Majesty the Queen returns to lie at rest overnight in Buckingham Palace. It's perhaps worth bearing in mind that the soldiers who have with such care from the Royal Regiment of Scotland conveyed the Queen through much of the ceremonial we've seen in the last day and a half were, when she was alive, doing normal military training. And in short time, they have become prepared and have delivered the most perfect job and duty for their late sovereign. They now receive their headdress back. After marching away. I think to them the gratitude of Scotland is owed for the dignity with which they have protected and looked after the Queen of Scots. Royal Company of Archers presenting their bows. From the centre of Edinburgh, taking leave of the Minister of St Giles and the Dean of the Chapels Royal, Sir Tim Lawrence and the Princess Royal now start this final journey. The longest reigning Queen of Scots, having received that final royal salute from the Royal Company of Archers who were her bodyguard, now making her way through the Lawn Market. And a glimpse there of Edinburgh Castle's turrets just at the top of the castle. As the journey down Johnson Terrace, also lined by lots of Scots and others today. Beneath the ramparts of the great castle, the weather has been so unbelievably good since the Queen's journey from Balmoral began. And Scotland really has bedecked herself with the most unbelievable beauty to say goodbye to this longest reigning Queen of Scots. In the distance, we can hear the thump of the drums as the Royal Company of Archers march from the parade, their last, to their Queen. The hearse will turn to the right towards Lothian Road. The great military barracks in the castle, built in 1799, looking across the walls that were rebuilt during Queen Victoria's reign, down the craggy rock to this road as it winds around towards Princes Street. So many people managed to pay their respects here in Edinburgh while the Queen was lying at rest. A fleeting moment for each person there, maybe having never met a queen who they felt they knew. The Queen reflected so much of Scottish life in her example and in her determination to serve in accordance with the commitments she made at her coronation.
Thank you very much. Good job. Yes, I know. That might be people's one day. I might come and stay. I know there's a risk.
Well, it takes commitment to stand in a crowd like this for several hours, waiting luckily in fine weather today as Her Majesty's coffin makes its way towards Edinburgh Airport. It really is a final farewell from the people of Scotland and for the Queen too. And the adjutant for the Royal Company of Archers, Jimmy Fraser, telling us a little earlier today in his pride at the work they've carried out as they've served the Queen. Finally, as we saw, there with that guard of honour for the departure of her coffin. He said she probably had more Scots blood than anything else. She was very definitely Scottish in her outlook on life, both in her commitment to duty, her humility, her dry sense of humour. She put up with an awful lot of bad weather when she was having her summer holidays, which most people in Scotland try and get away from, and she adored Balmoral. Leaving there, as we saw on Saturday, making her way here to Edinburgh. That service of thanksgiving for the people of Scotland and her own children. The crowds peel away. The bearer party also. And this has had so much significance, has it not, Louise Tate, the press secretary to the Queen here in Scotland for 15 years. It's had so much significance for Scotland and the people here.
It has, and I think Baroness Davison put it beautifully in a very Scottish way when she said, "We'll show her out and we'll do it right." And I think that's what the world has seen over the last few days.
There's been such a commitment for those military service personnel who swear an oath to their commander-in-chief, for the household staff who knew her so well, many for so many years. Doing it right by the Queen is what their intention was.
Many of my former colleagues at the Palace of Holyrood knew only for their entire working lives serving and proudly serving the Queen and doing it well. And I think now is the moment when they can release that undoubtedly pent emotion after performing their last duties for Her Majesty.
And Joe Pike, you were there outside St Giles Cathedral. We saw people leaving in tears. It was an intensely emotional, personal experience for them, many queuing for hours and taking a time to bow in front of the coffin.
And I think many of those people, Anna, when they were walking down the steps after exiting out of the east door of the kirk, were surprised by how they felt, surprised by the emotion, quite how choked up they felt by seeing that coffin and the crown of Scotland on top of it. There was such a range of people who'd queued up, as you say, over 26,000 of them, including many military veterans, some wearing medals, some people bringing their children, grandchildren. I spoke earlier to one of the King's chaplains, formerly one of the Queen's chaplains, who noted the murmur that you could just about hear in the kirk was really parents or grandparents explaining to toddlers what was in front of them. And many perhaps will not remember what they saw today, but their parents and grandparents will be able to say to them, "You were there."
We watch again the departure of the coffin from St Giles. And at Edinburgh Airport, Her Majesty will be met by senior representatives of the armed forces in Scotland, and it will depart in a Royal Air Force aircraft, an RAF C-17 Globemaster, bearing the call sign Kitty Hawk, the official call sign for any military flight with the Queen on board.
Yes, I've had the wonderful experience of actually being on one of those aircraft, and they are a very necessarily utilitarian aircraft. And its presence, it has a huge presence, and I think it's very fitting that it is that aircraft that is taking Her Majesty's body back to London.
Again, the crowds still out, many of them possibly disappointed. They decided to close the queue, if you like, did they not, in order for this to depart on time, for that service of prayers to be allowed to take part. And once again, Joe, it is Princess Anne and her husband who are accompanying the Queen as they did on that journey from Balmoral.
And they will, Anna, all the way down to Buckingham Palace, the ballroom in the west wing of the official residence in the UK capital. And it's perhaps worth reflecting quite how remarkable it is that Scotland has been, over the past few days, at the centre of so many state occasions. Nothing like this has happened in the past, and perhaps will never happen in the future. And you can see with the thousands of people that gathered here in Edinburgh, but also in Aberdeenshire and down on the route over the weekend, quite the engagement, the interest and the emotion of the people of Scotland who've wanted to play their part, to witness this moment and to witness this history.
Well, down in London, she'll be met by the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Sir Mike Wigston, who talked today of the huge amount of planning that goes into a task like this. He called it a unique task to bring her back down to London. He said Her Majesty the Queen was the embodiment of service, and in a way, when we join the armed forces, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, we all try in some way to emulate that service. His Majesty the King, like her, mostly comes from a service family and will be the same. And he recalled standing on the Battle of Britain forecourt at Buckingham Palace, where Her Majesty vividly recounted her experience of seeing and her memories of the Battle of Britain being fought and won in the skies of London in 1940. As she brought with her, he said, such wisdom and such knowledge and such wise counsel. And certainly many who met her, Louise, felt that way.
I think that would be most people's experience. I can't imagine any different. I think once you've been in the presence of Her Majesty for however long, it could be a matter of minutes, perhaps even shorter, but it always felt like such a long time, and it was so important to the people that she met over so many decades to have that chance to see that wonderful smile, and she will be greatly missed.
I met one woman last night on the meadows here in Edinburgh, where the queue snaked for hours and hours as they tried to get into St Giles. And she said, how long will it be? And I said, well, people are saying 8 to 10 hours. I think it was 8 in the end. And she couldn't decide whether to join the queue. And she said, my daughter lives on Queensferry Road. I think I might wait till then and go with her. She's heavily pregnant and will stand outside her house and watch this cortege go past. And certainly people had flown in, some from Northern Ireland, who were desperately hoping the queue was fast enough that they wouldn't miss their flight back in the morning. And one couple said, she's given us 70 years, we can give her a few hours. And James, certainly you experienced that, did you not? James Matthews, who's been outside St Giles talking to people and watching also the departure there of Her Majesty's coffin from the cathedral.
Yes, I have, Anna. I thought it was interesting. I mean, the feelings are almost always at their most acute, are they not, when the coffin disappeared? And the pain that people feel here, and people feel different things, but those who had stood in respect and remembrance, perhaps that was the moment that they felt sharpest. It was certainly the moment that the Queen said her final goodbye to Scotland. The focus that has remained here for 2.5 days now shifts south of the border. There were several thousand people here, 10 deep in Edinburgh's High Street. They came to witness the event, yes, but also to show respect. They did so in silence until there was a spontaneous burst of applause as the hearse was driven away for all the preparation and all the fabric and structure of television coverage, security, crowd management. Nobody can account for what the public will do, how they will respond. Well, that's what the people here in the High Street found to be appropriate. Their show of appreciation, affection perhaps, and gratitude. And that's what we've seen in 2 days of high ceremony, really, around St. Giles Cathedral, one of the most memorable events in its 900-year history. So ceremony, certainly, but at the centre of that have been the people. We saw the parade up the Royal Mile yesterday. We saw the people here today. We have seen the people who have queued to view the Queen's coffin inside St. Giles Cathedral. Some applause just now for the police, no less, walking up the High Street. That's been an issue, hasn't it? We saw yesterday one individual was arrested. Today, there were protesters, respectfully, silently, well-behaved, holding up blank sheets of paper. I spoke to them. They said, well, we're protesting at what we saw yesterday, and we have seen elsewhere in the country, protesting for the right to protest. So that was going on earlier today. It didn't disrupt anything. There was some polite discussion between people who disagreed with them. But, that was going on. But overwhelmingly, the people who've come to this corner of Edinburgh's Old Town have been centred and focused on the Queen and their feelings for her. I went to the back of the queue. Bear in mind, something like 30,000 people filed through St. Giles yesterday, through the night and throughout the day until 3 p.m. I spoke to Janet Sharp, 89-year-old Janet Sharp, who travelled from Glasgow. She was married in 1952, bought her first television set to watch the coronation in 1953. She was in a wheelchair, brought here by her son from Cathcart in Glasgow, and she said she simply had to be here. Afterward, she shed a tear and was very glad that she had come here to experience the Queen's passing, the Queen's farewell to Scotland. So it's been quite a couple of days, and enduring images of that winding convoy from Balmoral to Edinburgh, of the walk up the Royal Mile yesterday of her 4 children, a 73-year-old king behind his mother, a 73-year-old king joined by his brothers and sister to mount a vigil around their mother's coffin yesterday inside St. Giles as the public filed past. Enduring images that will last and represent a very significant moment in our history, both in the context of the royal family, but also in the context of family loss, of course.
Louise Tate, you've reminded us that luckily King Charles and his siblings all love walking, don't they? Because it's a steep climb up that Royal Mile.
I think one of your colleagues said it's not called up the Royal Mile for nothing. It's a very steep pull up that hill. I've walked it so many times. And it's when we've had ceremonial occasions that involve horses, we have to remember it's very difficult for horses to get up that mile. But it is something that the royal family are accustomed to. Walking is a great passion for all of them. I think I'm very safe in saying that.
So the Queen's farewell to Scotland and her mother, Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon. We knew her, I suppose, as Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, was the youngest daughter and the 9th of 10 children of Claude Bowes-Lyon, Lord Glamis, later the 14th Earl of Strathmore. And I refer back to the adjutant for the Royal Company of Archers saying she probably had more Scots blood than anything else. But above all else, Alistair, she was very aware that she was Queen of the whole United Kingdom.
Very aware, brought up to it by not only her father with his steadiness, but her mother with her determination. Hearing James talk about the protesters on the route, Scotland has always had the most marvellous capacity to say precisely what it thinks. And the Queen knew that. And I thought that there could have been more, because in Mary, Queen of Scots' day, she would never have been able to walk up the Cannon Gate and through the High Street without a shout and a scream from somebody. because the directness of communication to the monarch about the good and the bad is the very fibre of the Scot. And that's what the Queen was brought up to by her mother. And I think that, however uncomfortable it is from time to time when people speak out in moments of great sorrow, that tradition of honesty and directness is truly Scottish, and the Queen would have known it. It's not a long journey to the airport, and it's one that the Queen frequently made when she came to Holyrood and returned from Holyrood for her annual Royal Week here in Edinburgh. And it is very poignant for those of us who had the privilege of welcoming her this year that so soon afterwards we have this sorrowful departure for the last time from the capital city of her northern kingdom. Again, people have turned out, they know this route. And it's reminiscent of the time that we watched her come all the way through Aberdeenshire, through Angus, and down through Perthshire, and ultimately across the bridge after crossing Fife. So much of the East Coast got a chance to see someone who really felt this land and knew it well. She absolutely loved, as you were saying, Anna, being rained on and eaten by midges for most of her summer. And it was so surprising, never for the Queen a great pleasure yacht in the Mediterranean, always somewhere where it was raining, surrounded by dogs and horses, and knowing and understanding the farming of the area that she was in and the people who worked with the efforts of the Balmoral estate, watching with pride the way her husband reorganized things after the king died, and the delight she had with the Duke of Edinburgh's endless new projects and his endless energy to go and try and help motivate and encourage people across the United Kingdom, particularly Scotland, with all the ventures that could be done. The Queen was always so delighted by that. And the annual holiday in Scotland was a chance for a family that was often all over the place trying to support the Queen in her work as head of state, could come together. The young could play. She could take them out on the Shetland ponies. She could sit in the sandpits and watch them build their castles. And she could concern herself with wondering where their dreams would take them and knowing what a challenge it had been in her upbringing, really. But Scotland always was her solace. And it's interesting that her father and her grandfather both died on holiday. They were, in their case, in Norfolk at Sandringham. But few could see a more perfect end to a great reign than to conclude a constitutional duty of great importance, and then to the surprise and alarm of people who care for her so much, to hear that she was failing fast and then so quickly died. Her duty done.
It's hard not to be struck how this is so steeped in history, the union of the crowns taking place before the union of the nations, the separation of the Church of Scotland from the Church of England, the irritation towards Charles I as they battle to save Presbyterianism here. And it reminds us, Alistair, does it not, that we have a hereditary and constitutional monarchy, and it now is the job of King Charles to take that forward.
It is, and he spoke of that when he went to the Scottish Parliament. But the nature of that constitutional role is one that is the choice of Parliament, which is sovereign in the United Kingdom. Parliament, ultimately, is where the decisions are taken about the direction of the Constitution. But the monarch, and the Queen was so good at this, was there to be a guardian of the decisions of that sovereign Parliament. The King, in his speech to the Scottish Parliament, responding to the motion of condolence, he said, "I know that the Scottish Parliament and the people of Scotland share with me a profound sense of grief at the death of my beloved mother. Through all the years of her reign, the Queen, like so many generations of our family before her, found in the hills of this land and in the hearts of its people a haven and a home. My mother felt, as I do, the great admiration for the Scottish people, for their magnificent achievements and their indomitable spirit. And it was the greatest comfort for her to know, in turn, the true affection in which she was held." And the King was speaking while his late mother was lying at rest at the High Kirk of St. Giles. And he was speaking as those very people started to queue and pass by and make their respects to the service of arraign. For those that don't know, the Queen's father, King George VI, was Colonel and then Colonel-in-Chief of the Scots Guards, one of the Scottish regiments. And the Queen became a sovereign Colonel-in-Chief of the Scots Guards in turn. And over her reign, she must have given the accolade, that is, knighting people who have been made knights. Thousands of them. And always she chose to use her father's Scots Guards levee sword. And wherever the late Queen went, no matter what luggage she took, be it for a weekend or on a long journey or abroad, her father's levee dress Scots Guard sword was always part of the luggage, just in case. Waiting to take the Queen of Scots away from her land here in the Northern Kingdom, the Royal Air Force have prepared and put ready at her disposal the Globemaster C-17. Idling and ready her engines for the arrival of the late Queen. Still many people out on the street to see her pass by. And what a day! Hardly a cloud anywhere except over the far hills by Edinburgh. And the green canopy of the late summer, early autumn leaves. The Queen so loved the autumn at Balmoral, the changing colour of the leaves. She often talked about the vibrant colours that a Scottish blue sky would give, of the refulgence of some of those amazing leaf colours at autumn. And it's not surprising that as a token and gift in this time of trial for the planet, that her Platinum Jubilee at her request should provide the canopy of newly planted trees. And at the end of her Balmoral holiday last year, the Queen and our new King planted trees together. hearse will travel straight out onto the canopy of the aircraft airside. Where the Queen's Colour Squadron of the Royal Air Force will provide the bearer party to convey Elizabeth II, Queen of Scots, into the aircraft for this flight. There'll also be a Guard of Honour of 3 officers and 101 soldiers from the Royal Regiment of Scotland. We've seen them on a number of occasions present their highest compliment to their late sovereign, and this will be their last chance here on Scottish soil. For those that don't know, the compliment of presenting arms for a soldier is the highest possible, because what the soldier does is he takes the weapon by which he survives and he offers it in outstretched hands, as if to say, for you I will give this, it's all I have.
Well, on the verges, on the pavements, at the crossroads, the people stand to watch this cortege heading towards Edinburgh Airport. We saw the aircraft there, and all crew members on board the flight have significant operational experience on the C-17 and indeed other Royal Air Force aircraft, we were told today. It is a heavy use aircraft. This was the head of the RAF talking to us, with some notable operational experiences recently. Let's go to Greg Milam, including in Afghanistan and Ukraine, Greg.
Yes, an aircraft used in that evacuation of Kabul, an aircraft used to deliver humanitarian and lethal aid for use in Ukraine. So, again, very much, as we've heard over the last few days, the reflection of the military's affection for the late Queen and their role in these final moments, particularly on Scottish soil. The airport here at Edinburgh, in the last 10 minutes or so, all aircraft in and out were halted. The only sound you can hear now actually is the generator powering that giant C-17 as it awaits the arrival of the hearse, and the honour guard ready to receive that hearse, and the band of the Royal Regiment of Scotland also ready to play their part in this well-rehearsed event, and one in this beautiful late afternoon sunshine that this airport and this city is ready for. An RAF bearer party will carry the coffin, as I say, that guard of honour and a royal salute, and the band of the Royal Regiment of Scotland here on the apron as that and as the plane leaves, they will give one final royal salute before a verse of the national anthem. But again, we're seeing all on the way from the centre of Edinburgh, here to the hills on the outskirts of the city, people continuing to line the streets. Even just outside the gates here, you can imagine the security operation in and around this airport, but just outside the gates, people on every available corner of the street to be here and be part of this goodbye and these last few moments on Scottish soil for the Queen.
The sun is beating down on these wings that have been, as Greg was saying, in such areas of operational activity. And occasionally in the sad times when British service people were being injured or even killed, it was these aircraft that brought them home. And at the same time, their role principally to provide all the uplift that the armed forces need whilst on operations. But what a lift today. And interesting that the area around here is so quiet now, as the principal service chiefs, Brigadier Andy Muddiman, the Royal Marines representing the Navy, General Bill Wright, the General Officer Scotland, and then immediately on our left, Air Vice Marshal, who is the Air Officer Scotland, while we see the procession coming around towards this point. Air Vice Marshal Ross Patterson, who is, as Air Officer Scotland, the person that the Chief of the Air Staff, who we spoke to earlier today, will have been in close contact with to make sure that this element of the Armed Forces contribution by the Royal Air Force to support the King in bringing the late Queen home was done according to plan. As Princess Elizabeth, and with her sister Princess Margaret Rose, the late Queen spent a great deal of her time at Glamis Castle and often used to have gatherings of her cousins and friends, and it was that period before she had even the slightest inkling that one day she would be Queen. After all, she had an uncle who was going to be king, but his abdication in 1936, soon after the death of her beloved grandfather, King George V, changed everything. Her father, the Duke of York, had to come out of the anguish that he had in public life. He found it difficult to speak in public, and the young Princess Elizabeth watched her mother with Scottish grit and determination support and help King George VI in the early months and years of that reign leading up to the war. And the war completely changed not only the Queen's life, but that of everybody, any of us know, who were alive during that period of trial. The route to where the Globemaster C-17 is waiting is really following around to where the old Royal Air Force Turnhouse was. They've avoided the airport for perhaps obvious reasons, but very close now. Start to see some of the old emplacements from the defence of that airfield.
Well, we see at their reception party the Scottish Secretary, Alistair Jack, the presiding officer of the Scottish Parliament, Alison Johnston, and Councillor Robert Aldridge, Lord Provost and Lord Lieutenant for the City of Edinburgh. I spoke to the latter two, both of them yesterday. Alison Johnston visibly upset at that service of Thanksgiving at St Giles Cathedral, and Councillor Aldridge, the Lord Lieutenant, in tears with me. And actually it reminds us all that this has come as a shock. We saw Her Majesty the Queen in those wonderful photographs from Balmoral only on Tuesday. She'd commented to the photographer while they were waiting for Liz Truss to come into the room, as she looked out the window, that the skies were getting darker. It looked like the weather was coming in. And the photographer from the Press Association saying how alert and what fun she was. And so this shock, Alistair, which has taken perhaps everybody by surprise, and it comes upon them moments of emotion and moments of grief. And it often is when you see somebody's coffin like this, that sense of loss really is most acute.
The passage of life is experienced in every family. The excitement of birth, the delight at marriage, and the tragedy and sadness of saying goodbye. And the royal family may find that it is known by so many people, as I noticed a group of people taking their hats off as the late Queen passed by just then. And people identify with royal marriage, royal birth, as an extension of their own lives in a way. And I think that losing the Queen so suddenly, after her wide grin, chatting to that photographer, waiting for the arrival of the new Prime Minister Liz Truss for the Queen to invite her to form a government, that was really delightful. And so surprising that so quickly the angels came and took her from her haven of Balmoral on her journey to heaven. She's now inside the old airbase, extension of the airport that we know. And very shortly, as she arrives in position, a royal salute will be provided for the last Queen of Scots. Coming forward, the Queen's Colour Squadron from the Royal Air Force, as a sorrowing daughter, the Princess Royal looks on. Taking sideways steps, they move towards the late Queen. Royal Regiment of Scotland, with their arms outstretched in the highest compliment any soldiers can give. The Queen's father was married in the uniform of the newly created Royal Air Force. It had been formed in 1918, and he was the first member of the royal family to wear the uniform for a royal occasion when he married Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon from Glamis in Scotland. The Lord Provost of Edinburgh, Lord Lieutenant, wearing the chain or collar of Edinburgh beside the Princess Royal watching. The Lion Rampant of Scotland on the royal standard there, blowing in the wind. Its roaring mouth, declaring the grandeur of this great Queen. Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, slips from view in this her northern kingdom. Accompanied by her husband, Princess Royal, along with Lieutenant Colonel Mike Vernon, the Comptroller of the Lord Chamberlain's Office, and the Lord Steward, the Earl of Dalhousie, making their way to the Globemaster C-17, which will shortly lift away from this airport and turn south, heading for London and the next stage in this noble farewell to Elizabeth II. Signs of the ramp being put into place, sealing this precious cargo for the journey to England. The Queen's generation, who in their salad days, as Elizabeth II often used to refer to it, remembered the sounds of the Lancaster bombers, the Spitfires and the Hurricanes, the roar, the throatiness of those aircraft that fought to defend the freedom that the Queen largely had the privilege of reigning over. As the preparations for flight are done, it's perhaps worth reflecting on how well the salute has been made to Elizabeth II by Scotland. Her soldiers in particular have rapidly trained to deliver the very best of salutes. Members of this regiment who formed the bearer party and who conveyed Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, from the hearse into Holyrood to rest overnight before being taken in that really moving journey up through the Canongate, along the High Street, and up to the High Kirk of St Giles. Almost always in the most beautiful weather. The black cock feathers in their Glengarrys catching the wind here.
Well, much has been made of the Queen's understanding of and affinity for the military. So, Alistair, how much pride will there be for those we see there at the airport today, those standing, waiting patiently, and for all those involved in the days to come, serving the monarch who had been their commander-in-chief?
Well, in particular, this man, the Garrison Sergeant Major, Warrant Officer First Class Anthony Gibson of the Scots Guards, who probably hasn't slept much since the sad news came of the Queen's death. He has shaped and reminded young soldiers of their military drill from their training. He's brought them from military fieldcraft work back onto the drill square and brought them into a position that they can play the highest salute from Scotland to the Queen, and also helped train the Royal Company of Archers, who, along with their Toxophilus Sergeant Major, had done so much. And Garrison Sergeant Major now giving instruction. Always reminding the officers to make sure that everything's done as it should be. He gives the signals at all time. But I think that when this great Globe Master lifts the Queen into the sky and takes her away from Scotland, every service man and woman who has played a part, and all the civilian staff from the civil service who've helped in the organisation and preparation for this farewell from Scotland, which was called Operation Unicorn, can take great pride that the traditions that have always been at the heart of the Scot when serving, and when particularly serving Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, has been done. We'll know that the aircraft's about to take off when the boarding ramp is finally closed, but looking out towards Pentlands and then in the north to Firth of Forth and of course over to Arthur's Seat and the other hills around Edinburgh. One just is reminded by what a beautiful setting this ceremonial has had, Anna. When this aircraft turns over the hills of London and comes in to land at RAF Northolt, a further ceremonial will begin to convey the late Queen into London. It will provide people who wish the chance to witness and salute in the way the Scots have showed can be done, to welcome her home to Buckingham Palace, the headquarters of her reign as sovereign, watched now by Brigadier Muddiman, the Royal Navy and Royal Marines, Major General Bill Wright, General Officer Scotland, and the Air Officer Scotland. Soldiers with their green tunics and the sergeants with their red cross belts, the sashes that have hanging from them tassels which would be counted so that you knew how many troops you had in your platoon. Check all was well. Prince Philip was a very keen pilot, and very often the Queen found herself in the back of an aircraft flown either by her husband or by her son, the present King. And it's a tradition that the family always really enjoyed doing, and it meant that the Queen's association with the Royal Air Force was even stronger than perhaps otherwise it might have been. Watching on the left of our picture there, the Lord Lieutenant and Lord Provost of Edinburgh, who has met both the King and the late Queen at every point during this ceremonial few days. There on the right of those medals, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal, which soldiers, sailors, airmen and women were given this year to mark serving at a time when the Queen had reached 70 years as sovereign. The Duke of Buccleuch, who is the Gold Stick for Scotland, which means that he was responsible for the sovereign's security, and he was Captain General, the senior officer of the Royal Company of Archers, the King's bodyguard for Scotland, who we saw in those eagle-feathered hats playing their part. The principals who have put this together, as I was saying, Brigadier Muddiman, General Wright, and Air Vice Marshal Patterson, with Garrison Sergeant Major behind. The wind is catching the grasses. Alistair Jack, the Secretary of State for Scotland, and the First Minister for Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon. Yesterday in Parliament, responding to the opportunity to make a motion of condolence, the First Minister spoke a lot about her visits to Balmoral and the fun that she'd had, and her husband rushing when one of the lights started to flicker because he'd spotted that one of the Queen's dogs was biting its way through an electric light cable. And a reminder, she said, of how precious it was as First Minister of Scotland to be able to have this annual meeting at Balmoral. She also was received in audience at Holyrood, as is the tradition. The Queen always liked to know from the First Minister what was going on and important to the Scottish Parliament and to her First Minister. And the Queen just kept counsel of so many people, never gave one word of it away. Queen's colour and regimental colour of the Royal Regiment of Scotland. Fourth Battalion. They've cleared the air from all other aircraft for the moment. So as soon as this aircraft lifts, the normal air traffic can resume. It was always a tradition when an aircraft of the Queen's flight was travelling across the United Kingdom, purple airspace was created around the manoeuvre of the Sovereign. Well, for the last time, this Queen, who really was Sovereign when purple airspace began, will receive it for the last time as this pocket of the airways are left for her journey to England. Queen's crest, the lion standing atop the royal crown. Battle honours, some of which were given by the Queen to this regiment for its service on operations on behalf of protecting the United Kingdom. Band of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, who so recently were playing music at the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo. The C-17 Globemaster, when it lifts away from Edinburgh, will leave this glorious weather behind, because London is completely surrounded by rain clouds and it's pouring at Buckingham Palace. This Guard of Honour has one further salute to give. I was telling you earlier on that for a soldier to make this compliment, presenting arms is the highest that can be given. It's because a soldier trains with a weapon to protect him or her in battle, and when instructed to present arms, you're basically offering your means of survival to the person who you most admire. And we will see them make one last royal salute to Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, as she leaves and the aircraft pulls away.
There is a sense throughout all of this that the Queen is not alone. The bearer party, found by the Royal Air Force, who carried her coffin to the aircraft, will remain with it on that journey to London. So too her daughter, Princess Royal, Princess Anne, and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence. And during that vigil at St Charles Cathedral, members of the public were there. But those members of the Royal Company of Archers with their heads bowed, and the chaplains, formerly to the Queen, now to the King, who also sat throughout the whole period she was in there. And Alistair, is that, in a sense, the tribute they are also paying to Her Majesty?
As I was saying before, the Scots are always very direct. I often tell people when they visit me as the Queen's Governor, now the King's Governor in Edinburgh Castle, that if anyone's come up from England to Scotland and they're looking for deference, they'd better move south again, because the Scots are very direct. But they know how to respect. And I think that the example of Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, was so selfless, so genuinely steady, that whether you were comfortable with or opposed to the idea of a monarch as head of state, this Queen managed to gain the respect of most Scots. And that's quite an achievement for anyone. The Guard has been brought to attention. The scheduled departure time is 5 minutes from now, but this aircraft will need to taxi into position to take off. In 1952, King George VI was unwell, and he called upon his daughter and her husband, Princess Elizabeth, then Duchess of Edinburgh, and the Duke, to represent him on a tour in Africa. The King waved his daughter goodbye as she set off on that journey. And while she was watching the wildlife in Kenya, the King died at Sandringham in Norfolk, and she unknowingly became Queen. The very first flight of her reign was returning from Kenya with all the thoughts that a young 25-year-old queen must have contemplated in terms of what this meant to her. Always, one got the impression that the Queen most concerned herself, as sovereign, with whether her father would have been proud of what she had done. As her final flight begins, I think it is certain that after serving through the period of 15 prime ministers, starting with Winston Churchill, who waited for her at the bottom of the steps of that aircraft when she arrived in the United Kingdom, I think King George VI would think that his daughter had done a very fine thing and that he was admirably proud of the Queen she became. The Lord Provost, the King's representative here in Edinburgh with the First Minister, Secretary of State for Scotland, leading them away as the aircraft will lift into the sky. The armed forces have given their last salute here in Scotland. And the 4th Battalion, the Royal Regiment of Scotland, will return to their military duties and train. Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, lifts into the skies And not long ago, her son, the new king, addressed the Scottish Parliament. And he said, if I might paraphrase the words of the great Robert Burns, my dear mother was the friend of man, the friend of truth, the friend of age and guide of youth. Few hearts like hers with virtue warmed, few heads with knowledge so informed.
Well, the Queen's father would have been proud of her, but Scotland, to use the colloquial Louise, should be proud of itself. That was quite a send-off.
I think so. I think we've seen Scotland at its very best, serving a monarch to the very last, a monarch that was very much loved. We have a new king, one that I respect and admire very much. But there's something in me just wanted to say, no, don't leave. And I can only imagine how the staff at Balmoral Castle, my former colleagues and still friends, and at the Palace of Holyrood House behind me, must have felt. I want to say, no, don't go, stay. Sorry. But Scotland, I'm very proud of.
Scotland are very proud. It's very emotional for you, isn't it? The King has landed along with the Queen Consort, but an all-party send-off there, really, and that was the point we heard from Hillsborough today as well, that visit to Northern Ireland, that she was this unifying force.
And divisions have been put aside here in the last few days. We saw on the tarmac at the airport, Anna, Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister of Scotland of the SNP, the Lord Provost, a Liberal Democrat, Alistair Jack, a Conservative Scottish Secretary, as well as the presiding officer of the Parliament, who is of the Scottish Green Party. And in fact, as one senior member of the clergy involved in this told me earlier, you don't need to be a monarchist or indeed a unionist to be an Elizabethan. And I think that's certainly what we've seen in Scotland in previous days. There may be this constitutional question forever being asked, but huge respect of the constitutional monarch who's served this country for so many decades.
And a final thought from you, Louise. You've watched with us the coverage from Balmoral. In fact, you were outside Balmoral when Liz Truss was there for us on Tuesday. You know, nobody would have thought then that we'd be here now. But your final tribute, if you like, to effectively your former employer, but somebody you so admired and respected.
Huge gratitude. Just, I feel, as I know many people will have had just the good fortune to have spent as much time and known her to the extent that I did, and to see the effect that this monarch had on everyone that she met. I just feel very deeply that that was such a special relationship that she had.
Louise Tate, Joe Pike, thank you both very much indeed. And 33,000 people we've now found out, managed to pay their respects at St Giles Cathedral as they paid their own tribute to Her Majesty. Her coffin lying at rest there, and now on its way to London, and the official lying in state. Let's go to Dermot at Buckingham Palace.
Many thanks, Anna. Yes, the C-17 Globemaster call sign now Kitty Hawk, because the Queen is on board. In 15 or so minutes it will leave Scottish airspace, destination RAF Northolt originally in West London. From there, the Queen's coffin will travel by road along the A40 into central London, into Marble Arch, Park Lane, Hyde Park Corner, down Constitution Hill, and then will rest overnight at Buckingham Palace. It will be received at Buckingham Palace by the King. The King has returned to London in the last half an hour or so and will shortly be arriving at Buckingham Palace, where the crowds are gathering in their hundreds and their thousands to see that procession as the Queen's coffin will arrive here in Buckingham Palace. We are expecting that sometime around 8 o'clock. As I say, the King will receive his mother's coffin. It will rest overnight in the Bow Room in Buckingham Palace. And the King has returned. If you've been following us throughout the day, you know that the King has been in Northern Ireland for most of the day. Flew there this morning from Scotland and went initially to Royal Hillsborough, the official residence in Northern Ireland, before attending a service of reflection at St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast, that attended by all parts of the communities of all of Ireland. And I want to talk now about the King's visit, and of course a historic visit there by Her Majesty the Queen back in 2011 with the former Prime Minister of Ireland, the former Taoiseach, Bertie Ahern. Very good to talk to you, Mr Ahern. Tell us first of all, we'll talk about the King's visit in a moment or two, but I know you met Her Majesty the Queen on several occasions, one most notable just after the Good Friday Agreement when you sat beside her at lunch.
Yes, I was honoured to do that and have the opportunity. Obviously, the news at that time was the Good Friday Agreement, so we had a chance to discuss it. She was very familiar with not only the talks and the agreement, but the detail, which I remember well. I was quizzed about various aspects, but she was very supportive on that meeting and all the other times that I met her. She was anxious that we made progress. Of course, I also remember, even though it took us some years to achieve it, she was very anxious to come to Ireland. Told me that she'd been everywhere else in the world umpteen times, but never across that short stretch of water. And I think from there on we started planning at that visit, which took, because we had to get the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement, which didn't really happen until 2007. But she was, I think, kind to me, kind to us, and always very supportive of what we were trying to do.
Just tell us more about that visit. It was 2011, so that's 14 years after the Good Friday Agreement. As you say, it took a while, but it was worth it, wasn't it? Tell me about the effect in Ireland.
Yeah, well, I think it was huge, Dermot. State visits, by their nature, they come and go, and there's pomp and there's ceremony, but probably the ordinary public don't take an enormous amount of interest. Of course, the Queen's visit was entirely different. It was the first really monarch was coming in 100 years. Everybody knew that she was anxious to do it. Everybody was a bit sensitive about the security situation, because back in the day, before the Troubles and even during the Troubles, any member of the royal family coming was a test for security. But here it was. I think by and large, very close to 100% of the people were very pleased. There was some small elements that perhaps were not, but nothing of a serious nature. And we had put the program many years earlier, and what is usually the custom is that, you go to the Ars Uterum, which is the presidential palace, and plant a tree, and you have the ceremonies there, and then you go to the Garden of Remembrance. Of course, that was a test whether the Queen would be happy to go to the Garden of Remembrance. And it was during my time that that was put to her, and they came back from her private secretary really quickly to say she did have no problem with the Garden of Remembrance. And I think it was that moment, and if there was ever a moment, Dermot, where there was nothing said, there was no conversation, there was no speech, it was just her standing there at the memorial to the 1916 leaders that, of course, had been executed by the British, that she showed them respect and dignity. And it was that moment that I think it changed certainly the hearts and the minds of Ireland, and certainly Republican and nationalist Ireland. It was a huge gesture by her, and it did. Talking to people in since last Thursday evening, I think it was that moment that so many people said to me, "Well, that's the end of all of that. We're in a new reign now, and on we go." And it was a great gesture by her.
And would you hope the King would be able to visit Ireland soon? Of course, he has, as Prince of Wales. And I understand, in actual fact, Mr. Ahern, that today is the King's first meeting with another head of state, informally, of course, with President Higgins of Ireland at that service of reflection and remembrance in Belfast.
Yeah, and I think that in itself is history. King Charles has been here so many times. The Queen said back in 2011, as you recall, Dermot, that she wanted far more visits, she wanted far more contact. And the King has said that he intended visiting every county in Ireland. And he's made a fair shot at that in the last 10 years. He's been here umpteen times. He has done some really, testing things. He went to Sligo, where Lord Mountbatten was blown up by an IRA bomb. And he's been in several other places. I had met him a number of times over the years. I think he'd be popular in Ireland, quite frankly, with young people. Have always been very taken by his environmentalist policies, his love of animals, his care of zoological issues. And I think the kind of a country we are, we're very attached to our parks and trees and forests. So he's popular here already. So I think that work that the Queen so excellently started will continue, and hopefully it'll help relationships, and hopefully it'll help relationships between the governments as well, because they could do a bit of improving as well.
Bertie Ahern, very good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Taoiseach, Prime Minister of Ireland, Bertie Ahern there. Well, let's get a sense now of how events are being viewed in the Commonwealth. I'm joined now from Monaig in Jamaica by Alun Ndombe Asamba, Jamaica's former High Commissioner to London. Very good to talk to you. Just tell us, first of all, your memories of Her Majesty the Queen when you met her.
Thank you very much for having me on. I met Her Majesty the Queen when she was last in Jamaica, which would have been early 2000. Early 2002. I was a senator in the government at the time. And of course, I met her again when I had audience with her upon becoming the High Commissioner of Jamaica to the UK. And the funny thing about that particular meeting is that those things last usually for 15 minutes, but she and I spent 45 minutes together. And when she finally rang her little glass bell for me to be escorted out, the equerry who came to get me said he was going to come in to find out if everything was fine, because they don't normally have these visits last so long. We talked about many, many things. I haven't been able to speak about those things during her life. I have been contemplating whether I will share that discussion going forward. That's something which I have to do. And during the course of my being there as High Commissioner, we met several times. I also met the now King Charles, when he was Prince Charles and visited Jamaica. He has a strong program here called the Prince's Trust, working with young people. And also, I met him several times in the UK, particularly the one that, other than the social events, garden parties and Christmas parties and so on, he had a conference on the blue economy at Lancaster House. And I had an opportunity to understand how he viewed the world and his view about climate change and our responsibility to protect the environment and to ensure that we were leaving the world in a way that...
I mean, Sean, yes, well ahead of his time in so many of those environmental issues. And can I just ask you, though, about the position of Jamaica within the Commonwealth and, of course, with the King as head of state? How far advanced are plans to become a republic?
Well, this is something that we have been speaking about in Jamaica for a long time. The party with which I'm associated has had this discussion, going back to when I was in law school, when the first Constitutional Reform Committee was set up. And we've been trying to get the country to understand that this is not so much a negation of the Queen, but it is moving towards our own self-determination. We got independence in 1962, and we have been a realm country since then, one of the 15 in the Commonwealth, which has, as you know, 56 nations. So most of the countries in the Commonwealth are in fact republics. And some countries have never had the UK, the United Kingdom, as their colonizers. For example, Rwanda and Mozambique and Togo. And there are others who have applied. So I want to just make it very clear that probably for the first time, we have moved closer towards an agreement that we would become a republic rather than being a realm country. Our Prime Minister said that recently on a visit here.
Thank you so much for explaining all that to us. Olun Ndombe Asamba, a former High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Thank you very, very much indeed. And it is 6 o'clock. This is Sky News Live from Buckingham Palace, where the Queen's coffin is due to arrive later this evening. Her son, the King, has flown to London in the past hour from Belfast, where he and the Queen Consort received messages of condolence at the Northern Ireland Assembly before attending a service of reflection on the Queen's life at St Anne's Cathedral. Shortly after that concluded, the Queen's coffin emerged from St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, where members of the public had paid their respects over the previous 24 hours. And the coffin was then taken to the airport. Well, it's now been flown in the air on its way back to London, accompanied once again by the Princess Royal and her husband. So let's just take you through the day's key events so far in more detail. A lot being going on. Well, the Queen's coffin procession is continuing its journey south after lying in rest overnight at Edinburgh's St Giles Cathedral. And ripples of applause as the cortege made its way back down Edinburgh's Royal Mile as thousands of people queued through the night to pay their final respects. Accompanied by her daughter, the Princess Royal, the Queen then departed from her beloved Scotland for a final time, flying back to London in an RAF aircraft that was previously used to evacuate people just last year from Afghanistan. Well, earlier the King delighted some of the thousands of people who've been gathering to see him by going on another walkabout with the Queen Consort at Hillsborough Castle in Northern Ireland. He took time to chat with members of the crowd, pausing to shake hands and exchange words. Some people, including school children, moved to have had the chance to meet the new king. Well, as the King and the Queen Consort entered their official residence in Northern Ireland, Hillsborough Castle, for the first time as monarch and consort, the royal standard was raised, indicating the presence of the monarch. Well, the King and the Queen Consort also received a 21-gun salute as they entered the grounds of the castle. Then the King and the Queen Consort received a message of condolence from the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland.
During this period of public mourning for Queen Elizabeth, we are mindful that you and your family grieve on the passing of a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. I hope that you and your family can take comfort from the appreciation and the warmth that has accompanied the tributes to the Queen from across these islands and indeed across the world. Bhaileam Cóibhrún, the Anu Lat Aganam Cruashaw. I would like to sympathise with you at this difficult time. On the walls of Parliament buildings of Stormont, there are images from two of Queen Elizabeth's visits, the first during the coronation tour in 1953 and the second for the Diamond Jubilee in 2012. It's extraordinary to consider how much social and political change Queen Elizabeth witnessed in the time between those visits and indeed throughout her long reign. Yesterday, an assembly of Unionists, Republicans, Nationalists and those for whom the Constitution is not a main focus united to pay tribute to the late Queen.
It is fitting that we should meet at Hillsborough, which my mother knew so well, and in whose beautiful rose garden she always took such pleasure. In the years since she began her long life of public service, my mother saw Northern Ireland pass through momentous and historic changes. Through all those years, she never ceased to pray for the best of times for this place and its people, whose stories she knew, whose sorrows our family had felt, and for whom she had a great affection and regard. My mother felt deeply, I know, the significance of the role she herself played in bringing together those whom history had separated, and in extending a hand to make possible the healing of long-held hurts.
Well, the King and the Queen Consort then travelled to St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast for a service of reflection for the life of Queen Elizabeth. The Most Reverend John McDowell, the Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of all Ireland, paid tribute to the Queen.
For many of us in the United Kingdom, there were two people whose deaths we could never imagine, our own and the Queen. And I think that is one of the reasons why the death of Queen Elizabeth was literally felt so keenly by so many people when the news broke on Thursday afternoon. It was as though the nation's collective grief was gathered up in those remarkable words of Christopher Marlowe's: "If I had wept a sea of tears for her, it would not ease the sorrow I sustain." And if that was how those of us felt who were in many ways part of her adopted family through her coronation oath, how much more profound must that feeling of loss be to those of the Queen's blood family, those who knew her best and loved her most. Your Majesty, our prayers will be with you and your family for a long time to come.
And after this service, the King left the cathedral to make his way to the airport, and within the past few minutes he has arrived at Buckingham Palace to receive the Queen's coffin. And we understand that the flight call sign Kitty Hawk carrying the Queen's coffin is now over England. And this was the King arriving back a few minutes ago. And I think if you were listening to Alistair Bruce about conditions in Edinburgh as that flight took off, the contrast in the weather is quite acute. Beautiful weather as the Queen's coffin was carried aloft in the skies above Edinburgh, and here rather damp and showery as the undeterred crowds gathered to get their glimpse, their sight of the Queen's coffin as it arrives in those gates behind me at Buckingham Palace. It's going to make its way through West London to Buckingham Palace after it lands. Let's take you through some of that route for you. It's arrival at RAF Norfolk. That's in the west of London, not too very far away from Heathrow Airport, if you're familiar with it. It's scheduled for, well, just before 7 o'clock, we understand. As I say, we understand that the flight is now in English airspace. From there, the state hearse will carry the coffin here to Buckingham Palace. Now, it's going to go by road along the A40, onto Eastbourne Terrace, then Bayswater Road, through Marble Arch, down Park Lane, around Hyde Park Corner, and approaching Buckingham Palace by Constitution Hill. Pallbearers, the Guard of Honour, will then take the coffin to the Bow Room at Buckingham Palace, where it will rest overnight. And here's what's then happened, what is expected to happen, over the next 24 hours. The King, as we say, has travelled from Belfast to Buckingham Palace, where he and that Guard of Honour and a bearer party will receive his mother's coffin. It will stay in the Bow Room in Buckingham Palace overnight. And tomorrow, the coffin will be taken to Westminster Hall at precisely 2:22 p.m., all the twos, to lie in state for 4 days. The King and members of the royal family will walk behind in a journey through central London, taking 38 minutes. Members of the public are going to be able to pay their respects to the Queen's coffin from 5 p.m, that's tomorrow, until the funeral at Westminster Abbey on Monday, the 19th of September. And of course, huge crowds expected for that. Let's talk to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, and let's start with what we see and have seen behind us. The King has arrived back from Belfast, and we understand that the flight carrying the Queen's coffin will land within the next half an hour or 40 minutes or so, and then it will take about an hour to get to Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, I suspect they'll make a slow drive from RAF Northolt here to Buckingham Palace, as we've seen when the Queen was moved in Scotland, making sure that people who want to line the roads can kind of pay their respects, really. But yeah, the Royal Standard is now flying over Buckingham Palace, which means that the King is in residence. We have just seen the Queen Consort driving out of the gate, so I suspect she's gone back to Clarence House, maybe for some rest, while they wait for other members of the family who we anticipate are also going to arrive at Buckingham Palace. We won't see them in any great detail, but of course the crowds are likely to see them arriving in their cars. But I think what we have to remember is it's only a week since I was at Balmoral. So many of us were at Balmoral as the Queen was carrying out the handover of Prime Ministers.
It's hard to believe.
It's really difficult to take in. And she looked, yes, frail. I think she looked more grandmotherly because she was in her tartan skirt and her cardigan. I was told that was very standard for what she would wear when she was in Scotland. So it's not surprising she hadn't dressed up in her finery to welcome her 15th Prime Minister. But she was there carrying out those official duties just a week ago. And then also you look out at the crowds and think about the last time that we saw crowds of this number gathering outside of Buckingham Palace. It was only 3 months ago that we were celebrating her Platinum Jubilee. And I have to admit, I was looking back through my photographs from that time and videos of just the incredible response that she received from the crowds when
It was slightly unexpected, but she wanted to make the effort to appear on that final day of the Platinum Jubilee weekend. Well, we know that she'd had to rest on the Friday and Saturday because actually all of the appearances on Thursday had taken it out on her. And yet the reaction and the response that she received on that Sunday night was just quite remarkable. And I think for many of the crowds, it's going to be difficult. I suspect for some of us, it's going to be difficult to see the hearse carrying her coffin arriving at Buckingham Palace around 7 o'clock for that final time.
And Rhiannon, you said something very poignant because we were watching those pictures at Edinburgh Airport. There's that vast, lumbering RAF transport aircraft took off into the skies, the beautiful skies above Edinburgh, the contrast between the power and the size of the aircraft and what was on board.
A tiny coffin. And it's difficult to comprehend, isn't it? And I think the sight of a coffin is often the moment that it sinks in that you've lost a loved one, isn't it? Someone who means a great deal to you. And that's why I think the response from the crowd here will be something to behold, really, as they finally see the Queen. And of course, we've seen how the crowds in Scotland have already responded. Scotland was very fortunate to be able to pay such a fulsome tribute to her, purely because of the fact that she had died in Scotland, died in Balmoral. And I think she probably would have been delighted at the fact that other parts of the United Kingdom were able to see her just as they had in life. They were able to see her at that moment of death. But of course, London will now become the focus over the coming days. We know that her body will lie in state at the Palace of Westminster. But I think what will happen this evening as she arrives at Buckingham Palace, in essence, is going to be private time for the family before she is then in some ways handed over to the nation in terms of members of the public being able to pay their respects in that lying in state, as we then move towards the state funeral, the like of which we have not seen for decades. And I think tonight will be very important for the family to spend some private time, final private time with the Queen.
And that then is the reason why there's this night resting at Buckingham Palace, where of course she spent so many, many years, and not straight to Westminster Hall.
I think it's for the family. I think it's also for the members of staff as well. Of course, the coffin, first of all, was at Balmoral. It was then taken to Holyrood House. And while we very publicly are seeing the family mourning and their grief, and didn't we see it yesterday etched on their faces when they were walking behind the Queen's coffin on the way to St Giles Cathedral, and also taking part in that vigil around the coffin, all of their heads bowed. They just seemed to be lost in thoughts. We've seen the family very publicly grieve. But don't forget, in every single one of these royal residences, you have hundreds of members of staff who were utterly devoted to the Queen. They saw aside the Queen that we didn't get to see that often. That wonderful sense of humour, her genuine kindness. And for them, this is going to be an enormous loss. Yes, we knew that she was becoming frail. We knew that her mobility was becoming more difficult and things had to be adapted and changed. But I still think that the nature of her death has taken everybody by surprise. And I suspect you will see that collective sense of shock again from the crowds this evening.
As you say, it brings it home when they actually see the coffin itself. Just want to take in a shot. That's outside Buckingham Palace. Just have a look at RAF Northolt, where the aircraft will arrive in the next 40 minutes or so. Amongst those that will receive the coffin, of course, members of the armed forces of the RAF, the Queen's Colour Squadron, but also we caught a glimpse of, as you would expect, Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace will be there, the Chief of the Air Staff, Sir Mike Wigston. And also outside, beyond the perimeters of working RAF base, so clearly the public not allowed within its confines, but outside we are told thousands of people gathering and hundreds of police on hand there to make sure that the nearby roads are kept clear. Tom Clark, our correspondent, is there, can tell us more about what's going on around there. Tom, just describe some of the scenes for us.
Well, as you've been saying, in contrast to the blue skies over Edinburgh, it's a very different kind of weather that's going to greet the Queen's coffin and the royal party when they arrive here in probably around half an hour's time on that C-17 military aircraft, a very big jet to be landing here. So it's something that, the crowds who have been assembling here all day will not fail to miss. There's a large number of people lining the roads around the perimeter of RAF Northolt. They should get a glimpse of the cortege as it makes its way away from here. The Queen's being accompanied, the Queen's coffin is being accompanied by the Princess Royal and her husband and a small bearer party from, as you were saying, the RAF, the Queen's Colour Squadron. And there'll be a small ceremony here. 96 members of that squadron will form a guard of honour to say farewell to their commander-in-chief for the last time as she makes her way into London from here. Once that small ceremony is over, it's been quite a busy afternoon actually here at Northolt, which speaks to something you were touching on earlier about, despite their private grief, the grueling schedule for the royal family at the moment. About not more than an hour ago, King Charles flew in on a jet from Northern Ireland, and we now know he's back at Buckingham Palace. About half an hour ago, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, flew in. She's going to remain here at Northolt, and she'll form part of that small ceremony that will meet the Queen's coffin here when it arrives before it goes into the state hearse to make its way into London on that sort of final leg of its journey to Lion State.
Tom, many thanks. Tom Clark there at RAF Northolt, whereas Tom was telling us we are expecting the aircraft carrying the Queen's coffin from Scotland to land in the next 40 minutes or so in terms of its progress. So we understand it has just passed overhead. Call sign Kitty Hawk, because Her Majesty is on board, has just passed overhead Manchester, so not too very far away from London. Let's talk now to our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce. Alistair, who was describing for us the scenes at Edinburgh Airport. And Alistair, the leaving of Scotland for the final time for Her Majesty, quite a send-off.
It was remarkable. It was beautifully executed, very finely done. The armed forces in Scotland have really thrown themselves at trying to make sure in very short order, because the Queen died only a week ago, they had to bring all the troops up to the highest standard as quickly as possible. And I think all of us who've watched the pictures right from when the Queen was brought out of Balmoral Castle and conveyed down in the hearse and into the arms of the military welcome that was waiting to salute her reign at Holyrood, I think it's been conducted with the most beautiful elegance. You know, Scotland does things very well. It's got real character and style, and whilst every part of the United Kingdom has its own, the Scottish welcome is very special in the way that, because the Queen was Queen of Scots rather than of the land, she was known to so many people, and she worked within that environment of how honest and direct people are. And I think during the ceremonies we saw in Edinburgh, there was quite a lot of that directness shown. And that was quite moving. It was quite surprising sometimes. And each of the troops that took part, I mean, just looking at the face of the studied determination of the bearer party, soldiers who'd been doing normal military training until quite shortly before this task, and they were delivering the finest ceremonial on behalf of Scotland to the Queen of Scots.
Some very, very moving images there, Alistair. Alistair, can I just ask you as well, with your knowledge of Buckingham Palace, where the coffin will rest overnight, the bow room, tell us about that.
Well, if you imagine you're coming down the Mall and you see the balcony ahead of you, go straight underneath the balcony to the other side of the quadrangle within the palace, and then in through the door. You go through a hall, up some steps, and then into the doors on the central line and axis of the building, and you're in the bow room. And it's called the bow room because it looks out over the garden with a bow window. And there are 3 door windows through which we often saw guests arriving or members of the royal family coming out into the gardens for events. But my goodness, it's a very dreary sight in London today in comparison with the glittering of the finest and most beautifully sunlit Edinburgh.
Yeah, Alistair, talk to you again very soon. Thank you very much indeed. Let's check in with Sky's Ashna Hourinag. She's along the route that the Queen's coffin will take through West London with some of the people who bagged their places, some of them many hours ago. And as Alistair was telling us, quite a soggy situation, Ashna.
Yeah, well-wishers in London, Dermot, have been paying very close attention to what's been going on over their television screens over the last 48 hours, and they have been very keen to pay their own respects. Many of them here in this local community have turned out here in West London. Some children still in their school uniforms, some of them carrying Union flags and little teddy bears. And this is the route that the Queen's coffin will come down, the A40 here in West London. There's a family with me who are one of many here that have joined us. I can now speak to one of them. Tell us, why are you here today?
Sorry?
Why are you here today?
Well, I'm here today because I'm a huge admirer of the Queen. I was in London as a little girl in the war, and the royal family is so important. As an old lady, I always think if the Queen can do it, I can do it. But also because I think we spend so much time looking on television, listening to our phones. And I think it's so important to come here. To get wet for the Queen is nothing. And if I had the strength, I'd queue all night to go for the lying in state. I can't do that. But I'm so glad my grandchildren are here too, and my daughter, because we'll remember this. I've said to them, you'll tell your grandchildren about this one day. So, yeah, it's wonderful to be here.
And you've been here through so many historic occasions, Miranda. Tell us about this particular one and what it means to you to be here just to see a few seconds of her passing down the road.
I think we're still in shock. I think the whole nation's still in shock. So, yeah, we want to be here for as much as we can. So to see her, and we went on Sunday to Windsor to see the flowers. We went to Buckingham Palace on Friday. We saw Prince Charles leaving, and we just want to just soak it all up and take it all in, and in our way mourn her. And we admired her so much.
And Lysander, why is it that you're prepared to brave the rain to do this? She means so much to you. You're holding a Union flag.
Well, I just think that she's such an amazing queen. She's done so much for us, and we can't repay her.
And you're holding a little corgi, who I believe is from Balmoral. Is that right? Tell us why you're here today and why you want to see the Queen passing.
I mean, the Queen, I've been the Queen for like my whole life, and I don't mind getting wet just to see her, just to see a few seconds of her. I would do anything to bring her back to life. She's just an amazing queen.
Do you think she's an amazing queen too? What's she done in your life? What's special, I guess, about her to you?
Because she's very nice.
Very nice. And what about you? Why is it important for you to be here with your friends after school and standing here waiting for her to pass?
Well, it's just like a shock, and to be here is really like a privilege to see the Queen pass by and King Charles. And it's just really sad, so I'm really happy and glad I'm here.
And how come you wanted the children to come and see this moment?
I think it's quite poignant for them, especially for their future. And I think when they get older and maybe choose to have children of their own, it'll be such a historic moment for them to see the Queen passing, and then passing through on her in the hearse. And I think it's so important for them. It's a historic moment. That's what I feel for them.
Historic moment is definitely the way that many people see it. So thank you so very much. Lots of people here are choosing to avoid the queues that will be involved in tomorrow's lying in state, but this is their way of saying their final farewell.
Indeed, Ashna, thank you very much indeed. Ashna Hourinag there. Well, let's progress along that route. Martin Brunt is closer to Buckingham Palace, not too very far away at all, at Marble Arch, with, I suspect, some bigger crowds there. Martin.
The crowds are beginning to gather. I mean, the rain so far hasn't put anybody off. We're at Marble Arch, which until 1850, of course, stood outside the entrance to Buckingham Palace, but was eventually moved to the site on which it is now. So there's a continuity there. We reckon we've got, just over an hour before the state hearse arrives here. It'll go pretty swiftly round this corner, we think, so people here are going to get only a very brief glimpse. So anyway, let's talk to a couple of those people here. We have with us Steve and Valerie, who are braving the rain. It's getting wet, it's getting dark. Shouldn't you be at home having your dinner?
No, I'd much prefer to be here to get a glimpse of the Queen.
Why is it so important for you to be here?
I remember her coronation very well, and I would just like to see her before I can't see her anymore.
Now, you're being a bit modest. You say you remember her coronation, but you were there. So do you want to show us this photograph you have? Tell us what we're looking at now.
Right, this is Oxford Street, and the royal coach is going past shops just a little bit further down, and all my family are gathered up here, and the little girl here with the bow in her hair is actually me.
How much do you remember of that day?
Oh, I remember that day only too well. We got a television for the first time, so we could watch everything going on in the Abbey. We all had lunch together, all the family and the staff, and then as she went past, we were all watching her.
What a lovely memory. Steve, Valerie has a very good reason for being here. What are your reasons for braving this terrible weather?
The weather doesn't matter at all, and I think it's obviously a last opportunity to pay respect, and although we're standing here for some time, it's a good time for reflection on over many decades of fantastic service she gave as our monarch.
How would you describe the mood? I mean, are you somber? Are you moving towards a kind of celebration of the Queen's life?
You hit nail on the head there. Yes, it definitely is. It's not somber. We're not yet, but probably will be for a few moments when she goes past. But it has been, this is a great celebration of an amazing life, and for an amazing woman who's an amazing monarch.
You have grandchildren who are not young, they're growing up, they're teenagers or perhaps a little bit older. What does it mean for them? What are you able to tell them about the Queen?
Well, they've seen the photograph because we've got it hanging at home. So I think they show respect for the monarchy, and I hope they'll be watching tonight and watching the next few days and honouring the memory of our most wonderful Queen.
Have you two been glued to the telly?
Yes, we haven't turned the television off. In fact, standing here is the first time the television has been off.
And what happens after today? Will you be heading across town to Westminster?
No. We're too old to be standing all day, all night in the pouring rain, probably like it is now. And we decided that to come here and be here was probably the next best thing. And I'm pleased we did.
What do you think of the King? What sort of king is Charles going to be?
I think he'll be a very good king. I think he'll be kind, and people will be able to talk to him. Both him and Camilla, I think, will make a very good pair. And I wish him success in his future.
And what do you think of the qualities of the Queen? What made her such a popular figure?
Oh my goodness.
I think I think she will. I'm sorry.
I think she was kind.
Yeah.
And I think the people could actually talk to her. And I think she concentrated on everybody that she actually spoke to. You could see that from films.
What I was going to say is that she's obviously incredibly intelligent, and she could talk to anybody about any subject and put them at ease no matter how much they were shaking at the time they're meeting her. And it must be quite a gift to be able to be like that.
What's it going to be like without having the Queen there? I mean, she's been throughout my life.
Yeah.
I find a big hole. Without being too somber about it, I never knew her, never met her. But for you,
I think things will be different, but maybe different in a very good way as well, because I think Charles will honour her memory, and I think he will also do a very good job.
Stephen, Valerie, I could talk to you all night. I'm being told that we can't, unfortunately, so thank you for your thoughts. So, Stephen, Valerie, with very fond memories, direct memories of the coronation itself. We're going to be seeing the state hearse in about, just over an hour. I think we're all going to get pretty wet before that happens. Back to you.
I think you are, Martin. But what a great picture that was that Valerie had. Thanks for finding it, Martin. Send them all our very best and try and stay dry. Well, let's talk to Kamali Melbourne. He's in Green Park. That's just behind me here in our position at Buckingham Palace. And as Martin was saying, Kamali, everyone getting a bit wet, but it's not deterring people.
No, it's certainly not, Dermot. I'm a bit closer, actually, than Green Park. I'm just outside the Victoria Memorial, as you can see over my shoulder. And you're right, people are getting wet, but people are here. It's about 3 or 4 deep at the moment. The security guards have just closed the barrier down on the Mall, stopping more people coming through. But they will, they say, be opening that shortly to allow more people to gather around Victoria Memorial for that moment when the state hearse makes its way here and goes in, of course, through those central gates for Queen Elizabeth II to be lay at rest. And as I said, people have been here for hours now. The rain has not put anyone off, not dampened spirits. And we're bringing through people here who have been waiting. We've got Jill, Lil, and Lou. Al, of course, got that wrong. Lovely to have you with us. Why are you waiting here in the rain at this time of night?
Well, we would like to see the Queen drive into the Buckingham Palace, and we're just here sharing this momentous occasion with everybody else.
And how's it been waiting here? Because you have been here for a couple of hours now, haven't you?
It's a bit wet, but it should be well worth it.
It'll be definitely worth it, yes.
Not dampening your spirits at all, the rain?
Not at all. No, not at all. It's just such an important occasion.
Yeah, delight to be here and part of it all. And the people here are feel so warmly about the Queen. It's lovely to hear what they've had to say.
Talk to us a little bit about that, because it's a lovely atmosphere. I was here a couple of days ago, and it's that feeling that everyone is kind of in this together, and they're all just kind of sad, sombre, but reflective.
Absolutely. I mean, people of all ages and all a cross-section of society. It's lovely to see so many different people here and all showing that one real love of the Queen.
The flowers are beautiful as well. Meant to be having around all the tributes. Lovely.
You've got an excellent position here, haven't you? Because you are looking straight up Constitution Hill, so you will see the state hearse as it makes its way around. I mean, what are your feelings? What are you thinking? You'll be sort of the emotions you'll be having when you see it making its way down, because it's going to be quite a procession as it makes its way down there.
Yeah, well, it's sad. It's a sad moment. Very historic moment, of course, and we're just here to represent all our family and be part of it.
Yes, we've got a dad that's 90, would love to be here, but can't quite make it.
But family overseas as well, who love to be here as well, so we're representing everybody.
And not long ago we saw King Charles III go in. I know you guys spotted him before we did, didn't
we? We did. The flag go up as well. The flag went up,
yeah, so finally tuned to it. Yes, very exciting.
It's also interesting, and it's not something you see every day.
No, it's not. It's the tradition, isn't it? And that's what's so sort of remarkable about it, because when that standard went up, everyone, there was a little raising of excitement.
Yeah, it was. You could feel it in your heart as it went up, actually, yes.
Yeah, we saw Camilla, Queen Consort, drive past as well.
A little wave, and I saw she turned this way.
Yeah.
So do you think you guys will come back when she is lying in state at Westminster Hall later on in the week?
Well, you're local, aren't you?
I am local, so possibly, yes.
Yeah,
possibly.
No,
if it's not raining quite so much, maybe.
It's a British, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening. Thank you very much for being with us. So look, people, as I say, are going to continue waiting here until the state hearse does arrive. We're expecting it sometime just after 8, where Queen Elizabeth II will lay in rest in the Bow Room in Buckingham Palace.
Indeed, Kamali. Thank you very much indeed, Kamali Melbourne there, just beside the Victoria Monument there outside Buckingham Palace. Well, let's discuss now how the accession of King Charles could affect the UK's relations with Commonwealth countries. Joining us now is the former International Development Secretary, Baroness Amos. Very good to talk to Baroness Amos. And of course, you were on the Privy Council and President of the Privy Council, I know, in the early 2000, 2003 to 7. So I mean, you must have met the Queen so many times.
I did have the privilege of meeting the late Queen several times as President of the Privy Council. Those meetings were always quite brief. I would go in to brief her on the business, and then the rest of the Privy Council would come in and we would go through it. And of course, I also saw her at state functions, including the state banquets that I attended and many receptions. But I guess my most personal memories are very recent. I had the honour to be made a Companion of the Order of the Garter earlier this year, and I had a private audience with the Queen, with the late Queen, in June, before the Garter ceremony the following week, where she talked me through the insignia and showed me the insignia of the Order. And we then had a conversation ranging over a number of subjects. It was a very special time.
I don't want to pry, but I mean, did you discuss diversity when it comes to those councils, the Order of the Garter, the Privy Council? It doesn't seem, they don't at this point seem to have embraced fully the issue of diversity and just what a changed nation we are.
Well, I am the first black person to be made a member of, to become a companion of the Order of the Garter. This is an order that's been in existence since 1348, and I hope that it means that others will follow me. We have seen the way that the wider honours system has opened up. I think it's very important to recognise that over the time of the late Queen's reign, we've seen enormous change in British society. We're now a diverse, multi-ethnic country. Of course, King Charles, in the work that he has done, particularly through the Prince's Trust, understands that there are so many young people that have benefited over many, many years from the Prince's Trust. So for me, it is important that that diversity, that the fact that we are a very different nation, that our identity is different, that we have moved forward, that is recognised.
And what about relations with Commonwealth countries? I know that you came over from Ghana with your parents as a young child. It's changing, isn't it? And changing quite rapidly, not because of the United Kingdom's desires, but because of the desires of many of the realms, as they're called, within the Commonwealth.
Yes, of course. You wouldn't expect those relationships to stay static and to be exactly the same. Many of the realms have been talking, and the realms, let's just be clear, the realms are the countries which still have the British sovereign as their head of state, and they include countries like Australia, some of the islands in the Caribbean. But of the Commonwealth countries, of the 56 Commonwealth countries, the majority of them are already republics. It does not stop those countries having a very close relationship to Britain. Part of it, for those countries which have had a colonial relationship with Britain, of course, that relationship goes back to that time. But there are other countries like Rwanda, for example, that don't have that kind of colonial past that are now part of the Commonwealth. So the Commonwealth is different to the realms. And I think we should not be surprised that over time, countries, the people of those countries, their governments have decided that they no longer want the British sovereign to be their head of state, but they want to become republics.
And how do you think King Charles will handle that then? Because people ask broader questions about the Commonwealth. Indeed, what is its very purpose now as we move into the middle years of the 21st century?
So if I think about the realms and countries wanting to become republics, I think the view of King Charles will be that is a decision for those countries, for the peoples of those countries. And you will recall that when Barbados recently became a republic, that the then Prince of Wales, now King Charles, actually went for that ceremony. And I think it was important for him to be there, and he watched that transfer. In terms of the wider Commonwealth, one of the really important things I think that we forget about the Commonwealth is that it's made up of countries across the world, but countries of very different sizes, islands, some countries, those small island states that are facing environmental degradation, climate change, and so on, but they are part of a Commonwealth where every country, every head of government or head of state has the same status. It is a partnership. There are countries that are choosing to join the Commonwealth because of what it stands for. And of course, like any global organization, it will change and adapt over time, but I still think that there is very much a role for the Commonwealth as we go forward.
Great talking to you, Baroness Amos. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on Sky News.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, just to update you on the flight carrying the Queen's coffin from Edinburgh to London, where these crowds await outside Buckingham Palace as it will make that journey from RAF Northolt through West London to Buckingham Palace. We are hearing that the plane, the C-17 Globemaster, is descending over Buckinghamshire and should be landing at Northolt in the next few minutes. So well, with me now is Patrick Harrison, the King's former press secretary, of course, former press secretary to the then Prince of Wales. Good to see you, Patrick. And I just want to raise with you, first of all, a point that Rhiannon was making there, Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent. The Queen, of course, died in Scotland. She's rested there for the last 5 days. Yes. And it's when that coffin is borne down Constitution Hill through the gates of Buckingham Palace, and the crowds all along the way have witnessed it. When we see that, and this is the seat of the royal family, of course, in the United Kingdom, that's when it hits home.
Yeah, it's a hugely significant moment, isn't it? And that's why the crowds are here, despite the weather, despite the rain, because this is what we think of as the sort of home of the British monarchy, right here at Buckingham Palace. Of course, its historic seat is St James's Palace, just up the Mall. But this is what we think of when we think of
this is Tories, the changing of the guard.
Exactly. And of course, this is where all the big occasions take place, don't they? The jubilees, the weddings, the balcony moments, they've all happened here. And of course, now in very different, more sombre circumstances, people want to pay their last respects, as they have done up in Edinburgh, and as they will continue to do at the Westminster Hall in a few days, from tomorrow onwards.
And just some sense, Patrick, I mean, just a huge logistical exercise that is unfolding, seemingly to us on the outside, seamlessly over the last few days. Of course, much planned over many, many years.
Yes, many, many years. I worked on some of the plans when I was in the royal household. I joined in the year 2000 and was there for 14 or 15 years and worked on these plans, and they'd already been worked on for many years before that. And of course, it's not just my former colleagues in the royal palaces, but it's all the other agencies as well, the police, the royal parks, and of course the media as well. The whole team comes together for these kind of events to communicate them to the world.
And what do you make of it? I mean, it's been so interesting, isn't it, listening to our correspondents talking to people who are lining the routes, why they're doing it, what they want to get from it, the connection that they have with the Queen, first of all, and the royal family.
Absolutely, and everybody will have their own personal connection. The Queen, of course, the shining light that's been with us for generations. We all have our own thoughts, our own memories, our own connections, and I think it also triggers thoughts about our own mortality, about our own family relationships. Those of us who've lost loved ones, perhaps we reflect on that as well. So I think events like this are working on multiple levels.
Do you think, I mean, is there something of a I don't know, a reset almost going on, or perhaps is it just the emotion of the enormity of this? A reset in terms of the relationship between the public and the royal family. It's just been so difficult over the last few decades, hasn't it? In terms of them living in a goldfish bowl, yet needing a private life, yet needing us to, have access, and somehow not quite getting the balance right.
Well, I mean, it's an evolving institution, and we live in an evolving world. The onset of global media, of course, has changed the way in which we can all interact with this institution. And this institution also needs to think of new ways to engage as well. A reset, I don't know. I think I'd rather see it as a continuing evolution of that relationship between this institution and not only the people of this country, but people all around the world.
And that's in keeping with the monarchy, I suppose. It's not as if Charles is new to it all. He's in his 70s.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he's already spent 50 years in public life, and of course, in recent years, increasingly took over some of the roles of the Queen. So obviously, he was the one at state opening of Parliament recently. He was the one that went to Rwanda for the Commonwealth heads of government, and for many years, both the Prince of Wales, as he was then, the Princess Royal, and Prince William have conducted investitures on behalf of the Queen. So there's a lot there that the King has already done, and public duty and royal service has been his entire life to date.
Just be interested to get a take on it, given the conversation I just had with Baroness Amos, as you were listening to, about the future of the Commonwealth, and that visit by Prince Charles to the heads of government in Rwanda, and an apology for slavery. What are his ambitions for the Commonwealth in terms of the relationship between the UK and the other Commonwealth countries?
I mean, his position has always been that he will serve as long as the people want him to, and I think he sees enormous value in that Commonwealth of nations, that family of nations that he referred to in his first speech that he gave a few days ago, and I think the fact that he has had the meetings that he's already had with representatives from the Commonwealth, representatives from the realms, shows how important he thinks that relationship still is.
For the time being, Patrick, thank you very much indeed. I want to concentrate now on RAF Northolt, where we understand that the flight carrying the Queen's coffin is going to land shortly. Alistair Bruce will describe what we are seeing. Liz Truss, Ben Wallace there, on the politicians, the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary. Alistair, talk us through other members of the party that will receive the coffin.
Well, the Lord Lieutenant for Greater London, Sir Ken Elisa, is there. He is the King's representative in this part of Greater London, and also the local mayor. And the political heads are joined by the chaplain of the Royal Air Force. So with all gathered here waiting for the return of the late Queen, and it would appear that the aircraft is pretty much on time. The trouble is the weather is very different from how it was in Edinburgh, so it's not raining at the moment there, but it has been certainly recently, and it gives a very sombre and grey sense to the return of the late Queen to her capital city. And I was mentioning earlier on that it reminds us of 1952, when she arrived as a young 25-year-old queen, having just inherited the throne from her father while out in Africa. But this is very much a homecoming, and a sad one at that.
And there we see the lights through the gloom of the C-17 Globemaster 3 call sign Kitty Hawk descending through the skies above West London, approaching the runway at RAF Northolt. And Alistair, the RAF obviously have carried out this part of the operation, the send-off from Scotland, the transport of the coffin to London, and the reception. Just tell us about Her Majesty the Queen and indeed the royal family's relationship with this particular branch of the armed services.
The late Queen had a very deep affection for the Royal Air Force. She had witnessed as a young woman, the skies above where she lived at Windsor, like so many people of her generation did, filled with the Spitfires and Hurricanes who were defending the United Kingdom, and also the Lancaster bombers that set off night after night to try and bring the Second World War to an end. With the Queen, as she comes into land at Northolt, is her daughter, the Princess Royal, who recently released this statement. She says, "I was fortunate to share the last 24 hours of my dearest mother's life. It has been an honour and a privilege to accompany her on her final journeys. Witnessing the love and respect shown by so many on these journeys has been both humbling and uplifting. We will all share unique memories. I offer my thanks to each and every one who shares our sense of loss. We may have been reminded how much of her presence and contribution to our national identity we took for granted. I am also so grateful for the support and understanding offered to my dear brother Charles as he accepts the added responsibilities of the monarch. To my mother, the Queen, thank you."
Yes, it has been such a tough time for all the members, all the children in particular of Her Majesty. Mentioning the RAF and that connection that the Queen particularly had when she was growing up as a young woman, listening to the dogfights taking place above the skies of London. I was remarking today on the fact that it is the 82 years to the day since a couple of bombs hit Buckingham Palace itself, dropped by the Luftwaffe, of course, and King George at the time wrote in his diary about the bombs falling, two resounding crashes. The whole thing happened in a matter of seconds. We heard a zooming noise above us and saw two bombs falling past the opposite side of the palace. And of course, His Majesty and the Queen refused to leave Buckingham Palace during the course of the Battle of Britain and the Blitz.
And how they all hoped that the pilots who were fighting to defend Britain would come home. And here, the late Queen has come home. The Royal Air Force Queen's Colour Squadron, with the King's Colour of the Royal Air Force on parade, will give a present arms to the late Queen when the aircraft comes to a halt. The aircraft engines whining in a way to respond to the sense of mourning here in London and across the United Kingdom at the death of our late head of state. Watching amongst those here, a group including the Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Defence, one week ago today, that Prime Minister was received by the Queen and invited to form a government. And in such a short 7 days, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom here to receive home the late sovereign. This great warrior aircraft, the C-17 Globemaster of the Royal Air Force, which will have countless stories to tell of the service it has provided to the armed forces, carrying out their duties, committed to serve Elizabeth II. And it was from Royal Air Force Northolt that so frequently the Queen set off on journeys around the United Kingdom to visit so many parts of that country, and making sure that she kept in touch with communities, organisations, military, naval and air force stations, all to keep that link between sovereign and people. Quite soon after the aircraft comes to a halt, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal and Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence will leave the aircraft and come over to be received by Lord Lieutenant for Greater London and the Chief of the Air Staff, the Prime Minister, Secretary of State and others. And then the sound of the tail of the aircraft opening, the ramp coming down, and we will await to see the bearer party from the Royal Air Force bring the Queen to the State Hearse. The King's colour of the Royal Air Force being guarded here by the very finest of the Royal Air Force's colour squadron. Very gently, the Royal Air Force C-17 Globemaster prepares to place the late Queen back at home. Station commander going forward to welcome the Princess Royal.
Queen's Colour Squadron, change!
The clatter of the blades as they turn until they reach their complete stop. I read out the Princess Royal's message, which she released just as this aircraft took off. Message of great gratitude to those who have come to line the route of this journey home, and many might have done so from Northolt into Buckingham Palace. And the Royal Household leaving from the rear of the plane while Her Royal Highness meets our Chief Marshal Sir Mike Wigston. Is escorted to where she can witness the departure of the Queen from the aircraft. Queen's Colour Squadron will now give their highest compliment to the returning Queen with a royal salute, and the King's colour will be lowered. This is a very personal moment for the Royal Air Force. Members of the Royal Air Force all over the United Kingdom, people who've served in it during the Queen's reign, gathering their thoughts with this salute on their behalf. The mourning, black ribboned, across the King's colour, given to the Royal Air Force by the Queen.
party, stand still. Their party, slow march. Their party, stand still. Their party, inward, turn, prepare to lower, lower. Their party, 10 paces, inward, march. Their party, 6 paces, inwards. Their party, turn, defeat. Defeat. Their party, 8 paces, outward, march. Their party, inward, turn, over left, quick, march.
Her late most excellent Majesty, Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, received at RAF Northolt, her coffin draped now with the Royal Standard, replacing in flight the Royal Standard of Scotland. She leaves watched by her daughter, but also by her 15th Prime Minister at the end of her last flight, remembering her first was to be received by Winston Churchill in 1952 at the start of her dedication of more than 70 years. On the bonnet, the St. George slaying the dragon that was always on the front of the Rolls Royce that the Queen used when on royal engagements. And on the side, her personal ciphered E, and signed by the Royal Crown. The Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Air Force, receiving the final salute here at RAF Northolt from the Queen's Colour Squadron, with the King's colour still embroidered with her cipher E2R. The last private journey with the Princess behind before the Queen is taken to Buckingham Palace, and tomorrow the start of the ceremonial and royal parts of the pageantry that will lead ultimately to the state funeral of Elizabeth II as the rain pours down here.
And there we see the hearse carrying the coffin of Queen Elizabeth II, leaving RAF Northolt, having been flown in by the RAF from Edinburgh, where it rested overnight at St Giles Cathedral. So many thousands of people there, able to pay their final respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Now the coffin has travelled to London. It will make its way back to Buckingham Palace, 15 miles or so from Northolt in West London, to the centre, to Buckingham Palace. And along that route we will soon see, as it exits the precincts of an operational RAF base, we will soon see the crowds that have been gathering for many, many hours now, in spite of the weather conditions, that we can all see, for this true moment in history. The monarch of 70 years, borne back to Buckingham Palace, where she reigned over us for 7 decades. Salutes from the officers paroling the perimeter, and soon the crowds by. Well, it's a dual carriageway. It is the A40. This was the scene earlier as the coffin was borne tenderly from the cargo hold of that huge transport aircraft, a C-17 Globemaster III that's in operational service in Afghanistan. Just a year ago, it was bringing people out from that war-torn country, now bearing the coffin of Her Majesty. For this, the beginning of her final journey, it will be taken to Buckingham Palace, where it will rest overnight. It will be received by the King himself returning from Northern Ireland, him visiting all parts of the realm over the past few days and those to come. The King returned a couple of hours ago from Northern Ireland and is in Buckingham Palace, Royal Standard, flying at full mast at the moment as he awaits his mother's coffin's arrival. As I say, the scene not too very long ago, a flight of about an hour or so from Edinburgh, borne by the bearer party, the Guard of Honour provided by the Queen's Colour Squadron, this 63 Squadron of the RAF regiments, taken to the State Hearse under the command there of Squadron Leader Brian Dunn. The reception party, including there, well, Princess Royal, as you can see, who has accompanied her mother's coffin throughout its journey from Balmoral to Edinburgh, and again from Edinburgh to London. Well, that was the scene not too very long ago at RAF Norfolk. Now, this, as predicted in the gloom as evening descends in London, the crowds that have gathered along this route, a 15-mile or so route, as I say, from the RAF base to the west of London, all the way into Buckingham Palace. The route taking in Eastbourne Terrace, Lancaster Gate, Bayswater Road, then down from Marble Arch, through Park Lane, around Hyde Park Corner, the last final few hundred yards of Constitution Hill, and finally Centre Gate, the centre arch of Buckingham Palace.
Nasa center na yung yung
as you can see for yourself there. Helicopter shots there of the cortege making its way slowly through the gloomy streets of West London. The crowds scattered along that road. It is, as you can see for yourself, a dual carriageway at the moment, and so the crowd's fairly sparse. It's not like that when we get into the pavements and the streets of the centre of London itself. It's certainly not like that around Buckingham Palace, where I am now, where we can see hundreds, thousands of people waiting patiently for their moment to glimpse, to see that coffin bearing Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, to see for themselves, to be part of a moment, a true moment that will be remembered for generations, centuries to come in British history, for them to say that, in part, that I was there, but in the main to say that I was there to pay my own respects, to have my own private thoughts about what the royal family meant to me. Many of them we've talked, haven't we, over the last few days, and will over the weeks to come, about the thousands, hundreds of thousands of people she met during the course of her reign, the impression she made, each and every one of those people having their own particular story to tell. And now so many of them wanting to be here to see something that's been ever present almost in their lives. The bare statistic that more than 80% of the population of the UK have never known any other monarch. Of course, they haven't other than Queen Elizabeth II. Well, the new monarch, King Charles, has had a busy day himself. It continues. He spent the day in Northern Ireland, meeting representative there of all communities, and then attending a service of tribute and reflection for his mother at St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast. He flew back then about an hour before, back from Belfast, about an hour before, to the same base, to RAF Northolt, and made his way. We saw him arrive in Buckingham Palace about an hour ago. The Queen Consort with him as well. And they wait to receive the coffin, where it will rest overnight for the family members and, of course, members of Buckingham Palace staff to pay their own tributes. And our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is here with me as we watch those scenes. And somehow the weather, I don't know, it seems appropriate, doesn't it, Rhiannon? The gloom, the damp, the drizzle, the undimmed appetite, desire of people to gather, to congregate, to witness for themselves, to pay, as I say, their own respects.
I think it feels so reflective, doesn't it, of that sense of shock that many people are feeling. It is only 7 days ago that in Balmoral the Queen was carrying out that last important constitutional duty. Only 7 days ago, appointing her 15th Prime Minister, who we then saw, Liz Truss, as part of the welcome party there at RAF Northolt.
Well, it was exactly a week ago when I was standing in the damp Downing Street, it must be said, while all eyes were on RAF Northolt for the return of the new Prime Minister.
And to think it feels like it's all happened so quickly. The one thing that really struck me as we saw her coming back in that enormous grey aircraft was just how tiny her coffin looked in it. And yes, she was tiny really in physical stature, but she was the most enormous international figure. And what we're seeing now, and what we've already seen to a degree in Edinburgh, is the fact that she had just this incredible impact beyond measure. Yes, on dignitaries, on politicians that she had those important official meetings with, but also with the people now that we are seeing lining the streets. So many of them have their own memories of her, whether they'd simply seen her on television, whether they'd gathered outside of Buckingham Palace before for those big milestone moments, or whether they'd actually met her in person. And they talk about her kindness and her connection. And so if you look at the hearse there, you can see there are lights inside the hearse, and that is deliberate. I've just had some information through which said the state hearse to be used, it was designed by the royal household and Jaguar Land Rover. You might remember that we saw the hearse was designed by Jaguar Land Rover for the Duke of Edinburgh, and that was certainly unique in itself. And the Queen was consulted on the plans for this hearse. It's finished in royal claret, the same colour as official royal and state vehicles that are kept in the Royal Mews at Buckingham Palace and used by members of the royal family on official duties. The vehicle also features Her Majesty the Queen's personal royal cipher. And they say the state hearse was designed to make sure that members of the public have a clear view of her coffin as it travels on this journey, but also after her funeral, as it travels from London to Windsor.
We can see that illustrated right now in that darkening evening with the lights inside illuminating the coffin so people can see for themselves.
And you have to remember that accompanying her on all the final journeys we've seen so far, the movement from Balmoral to Edinburgh, then Edinburgh back to RAF Northolt, and now this final journey here to Buckingham Palace, she has at all times been accompanied by her daughter, Princess Anne. And as the plane flew into RAF Northolt, we were given a statement from the Princess Royal in which she said, "I was fortunate to share the last 24 hours of my dearest mother's life. It has been an honour and a privilege to accompany her on her final journeys. Witnessing the love and respect shown by so many on these journeys has been both humbling and uplifting. We will all share unique memories. I offer my thanks to each and every one who share their own sense of loss. We may have been reminded how much of her presence and contribution to our national identity we took for granted. I am also so grateful for the support and understanding offered to my dear brother Charles as he accepts the added responsibilities of the monarch. To my mother, the Queen, thank you."
I want to bring in Patrick Harrison on that, but first of all, Patrick, obviously I just explained you used to be press secretary for Charles, Prince Charles as he then was. Just we're saying it's sinking in now as you witness that scene of a woman you knew so well.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's incredibly poignant, isn't it? I mean, we've already had many poignant moments, but here is another one. And people waiting patiently in the gloom, showing the kind of stoicism and constancy which they associate with Her Majesty, now desperate and keen to pay their final respects to this woman who has been the constant in their lives for so many years. And fascinating to get that detail that you've just explained about the hearse. It was so important in the planning of all this that members of the public who wait for hours for a glimpse get a real opportunity to see the coffin as it goes past.
Very practical in
Very
many
practical,
ways.
yeah.
Making sure that, as in life, in death, as many people as possible were able to see her. She always said she had to be seen to be believed. And now, as the coffin slowly makes its way here towards Buckingham Palace, that's exactly what's happening.
Salamat, Nene. Nilive ko lang talaga siya para meron akong copy nito.
Read out a personal statement by the Princess
Kasi naka-live talaga siya sa buong UK.
We're seeing it very clearly.
Yan lang yung pinapalabas dito, walang iba.
Senior royals, the two eldest children of Her Majesty, really, I don't know.
Tatapusin ko siya hanggang makarating sa Buckingham yung coffin, tapos isi-save ko siya, tapos private na siya.
Edinburgh to London, and the King doing his duties, travelling.
Kasi mahirap din pumunta doon eh. Ang dami-daming tao.
To receive the coffin.
Well,
dami-dami nakaabang ngayon.
Both the King and the Princess Royal have always enjoyed a very close relationship, and of course both were very close to their mother, so it seems a very appropriate way in which they're performing those dual roles. I thought it was particularly notable that the Princess Royal was part of the vigil last night. That's the first time that a woman has been part.
Because it's always been called the Vigil of the Princes.
Vigil of the Princes, absolutely. So there we've seen a change there, which I think is a very significant one and a very welcome one, that the Princess Royal was part of that vigil. And of course she has accompanied her mother from Balmoral all the way down to Edinburgh, and now today from Edinburgh all the way down to London. And as we're seeing now, in through the centre of London, back to the palace that everybody associates with the royal family, Buckingham Palace, the site of so many royal events over the years, and I'm sure they're all coming into our mind now as we watch these pictures as the Queen makes her final journey back to Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, that we understand somewhere around Shepherd's Bush, for those that know London, and the crowds much deeper there, some cheering, obviously the flash of the cameras, and on the other side of the road you can see the traffic jams. Well, I'm sure they're not too upset to be stopping themselves in that traffic for to get a glimpse out the window at the hearse carrying the coffin of Her Majesty the Queen to Buckingham Palace. Let's talk again to our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce. And Alistair, it's a very modern industrial scene in a sense, the centre of one of the world's greatest cities, but it echoes in antiquity as well, the bearing of a monarch ultimately to her final place of rest.
London was bombed and bleeding during the Blitz. She lived through that and watched her father, the King, deal with the challenges of wartime. She then joined the army, joined the Army Territorial Service, the Auxiliary Territorial Service, and then through her reign, London has grown exponentially. It has changed, it has evolved. It is a totally different city from the one that she found herself returning to in 1952 and in which she was crowned a year later. But it's a city that she loved to work from. She turned where she lived at Buckingham Palace into a real home, and she was able from there to meet all members of her household, her private secretaries, regular meetings with the Prime Minister every week that Parliament was in session.
It's our family vlogs. We're gonna shout out. Thank you. Okay, I will watch our video
what is a busy
later. Did you understand what's up on my video, on my live?
They
if you
are
don't mind.
moving her through this scene while people will want to salute their sovereign passing by, albeit fleetingly. But lit as she is with the Royal Standard, it catches on a dreary evening the reds, the golds, the blues, that tell a story about the nation that she ruled as sovereign, and it also has marked wherever she's been throughout her reign. Occasionally she flew her own standards when she went to the Commonwealth countries, but pretty much everywhere she was, the Royal Standard flew, and London cabbies knew when she was home. It was something to look out for people coming to Buckingham Palace as part of their tourist visit. And that is now the case for her son, the King, who will be waiting for the return of his mother. He'll be joined, obviously, by Princess Anne, who's coming with the Queen here, but all four of the Queen's children will be waiting, their spouses, and all of the Queen's grandchildren, all 8 of them with their spouses too. So a real homecoming for the Queen to her capital city, to her palace, and to her home.
And Alistair, to her place of birth, her city of birth, though she wasn't born at Buckingham Palace.
No, 17 Bruton Street, just up the road, doesn't really exist now in quite the same way that it did. And in fact, I think there's a hotel where she was born now, and certainly her parents then moved to a house on Piccadilly. And the intention was that she'd be, yes, a royal princess, but the daughter of one of the King's younger brothers. But then that king abdicated, left the United Kingdom, went to live in France, and her father became king, absolutely, in his view, ill-prepared for it. And at least the Queen had a few years to study from her father all the constitutional elements of what she needed to do. And so when he died very young, she was well prepared on the one sense, but she had in her principal advisor Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill. She knighted him, actually, gave him the Order of the Garter quite soon after she acceded to the throne. And he was responsible for preparing her for the first stages of that reign. And I think it was quite significant that waiting for her at Northolt was the 15th Prime Minister of her reign, who she had only invited to form a government a week ago today.
Quite extraordinary, the pace of events when you describe them like that. And Alistair, as we look at the hearse, and we've heard what you've told us, what Rhiannon's told us about the special design to allow people to get their view of the cortege, of the coffin itself. Of course, that coffin has been a long time in the design. English oak, 30 years in the design, and lead line.
There is a wonderful cheer happening here in the pouring rain for the Queen. Yes, it's waited. It's sad that now its duty has come to, but the care we are going to see in all the detail surrounding the preparation of this final salute from the United Kingdom to their sovereign of over 70 years will be very moving. I think when she arrives at Buckingham Palace, a very intimate moment will take place. Not only will she be met by her family, but she was appointed in 1942 by her father in the middle of the war to be Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. And when she became sovereign, obviously she became Colonel-in-Chief of that regiment, but she also became the company commander of her own company, known as Queen's Company, 1st Battalion Grenadier Guards. And when she arrives at Buckingham Palace, her own company will step forward and they will form the bearer party to carry her into her palace. Her relationship with the Grenadier Guards is the longest that she has with any military organization. And so the intimacy of that relationship is entirely profound.
Well, Patrick Harrison, Charles's former press secretary, is here with me as we work out where that cortege is, which not too very far away now from Buckingham Palace, 15, 20 minutes perhaps, and just so struck by obviously the size of the crowds that have gathered here, being added to by the moment.
of the state entrance.
Summer kalbi kami ganap shout out, Mira, kami ganap shout out.
Waiting there, the royal family, and then inside to the bow room.
And there the scene, the long shot down the Mall, the Buckingham Palace, the Victoria Memorial there, the Union flags draped, unmoving, the crowds now reflecting, absorbing what they've just seen there, and you will have heard the applause, the cheering, the 3 cheers for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who's come home to Buckingham Palace and is now with her family. The coffin resting overnight at Buckingham Palace, as Alistair was telling us, being received there by a bearer party. The Queen's Company of the 1st Battalion, the Grenadier Guards, her own regiment, borne into the bow room, where it will remain overnight. We're not clearly seeing the scenes inside the quadrangle. It is private time for the royal family. The coffin received by the King, the Queen Consort, the Princess Royal, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and their children. Before tomorrow, at 2:22, it will emerge and be borne to Westminster Hall. Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent, watching these scenes with me, and as the crowds just walk away, as I say, absorbing what they've seen. And there was a moment you spotted there when a lot of people holding their mobile phones aloft.
And
not just to take pictures.
No, not just to film. It was very 21st century candlelit vigil in a way. People had the torches on their phones, lighting up the crowds around the front of Buckingham Palace. And